2.5. Go park it. Here you at drop last night, huh? Huh? Very good. Glad to hear it. Cool. Pretty soon, buddy. Not today. It's too late now. I gotta go to bed. You can get the food by I trust you. Well, you know you got more money than I do. So fuck it. I'll call it to you and you'll get care of the check. Still got money in the bank? How much you got left in the bank? That's how you got drunk, huh?
You were there.
Oh, you didn't drink it to beer, though.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
We got like a whole bottle. That's all I doing.
Yeah. Well,
That's why
it does the careful, guys. You got your, this next check you're getting. You gotta make it last because so you did the job. You ain't gonna have no more money, but you know that, right? If anybody owe you, it's good. Did you pay you $30 you?
Yeah. When I was telling them the story about the car phone,
Okay. Who else told you guys money? Anybody?
My mom and dad.
Huh?
My mom and dad were telling me that they were in a family.
Okay. Yeah, they got paid. Good.
I haven't asked them something.
I'm
And
sure.
one of the families I have to answer it. I know it's possible that.
How much you got left in the war? Very good. Try to make it last good, but here, because I got to make mine last too. And your next appointment's the 10th. Huh? Huh?
Right now, and then the 6th or 7th, I gotta put time to figure it out.
Oh, I haven't taken the calendar yet. Here, drink it. Just a piece. Take the other one up. Oh, I don't have a calendar, do I? Well, that's weird, huh? Did you keep any of the calendars I gave you?
Yeah, I came home the other day and I didn't have a problem.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to come across another one. Yeah, you can take that down, throw it away now.
I just thought that's something.
Huh?
Today's Monday?
Yeah,
Last day of the year.
yeah. Midnight, first of the month, New Year, 2019. You watch TV on my TV, you know, on your phone. Oh, well, you know. No, I would like to test it here, but I don't want in that bag if you want me to. It's all tested, so. Just leave it right there. Oh, well, hell.
Well, I gotta go, since you were able to change that money, I went and bought, tried to buy a backspace from Uncle John, but I only had $3, and he didn't have change for a change. But now that I got change
All you
from
get paid
you,
then.
I can go get that $3 back and give him the five. And I even have the gave me the back to it up front.
Okay. You're thinking, bud, that's what you have to do, huh? Personal interface software models. What is it what? The software part. Simple hypertext program that is based on a how-to book called Required for Data. We talk about their suggested matches. And not only that, it was based off of the next student. This is the black student. And these priorities of the world. Next was the very first web server. Why HTTP Black Key as a web server, the very first web server, because it's all about the black key. On the north pole of Saturn, where the being of God is good, the enemy has a evil counterpart, and just as the New Jerusalem is 12,000 furlongs by 12,000 by 12,000, then next week is also 12 inches by 12 inches by 12 inches by 12. Of the worldwide web, the very first server. The New Jerusalem will be displayed into with coral inks, 12, all dimensions with the same height, width, and length. Waxy, even terracotta. You see, in 1980, 10,000 people were working in CERN. With different hardware, software, and individual requirements. We're doing a community-wide change. Working on all these projects. CERN being Ground Zero. And for all of the countries in the world to come together. And this is such a goal. It's with these particles, enabling the web system to connect all of these various parts. But something very strange is going on with this. That is the fact that these programs, infrastructure, and projects are all named after pagan gods. There's a reason for this. You see, the first protocols that we use is HTTP as the word travel means. Hypertext market language. HTTP is content. Is from God. Yes, HTTP is code theft. What is code theft? It is a place where you have a server is it operating just like a server, the black server. The food and goods on which a dead soul is supposed to subsist during afterlife. And this is the documentary. Dark truth, dark matter. All the information is gathered to this point regarding sun and the origins of the world wide web. March 29th, we will pay the year. And there's free entry for people who just go to the computer. So you know that they know exactly what's going on. The closing film image is a documentary called The Circle. And it's all about people that live above analog and language, several communities. Underneath 27 kilometers from the collider. We're going to take a look at this trailer, 33 seconds long. This is the first promotional trailer. And look at this screenshot. Right off the bat, it's Antarctica. How complicated is it been during Antarctica? And it's curious because look around the head, you see the darkness all around the head here. This almost looks like the global warming aspect of the time for failure. School Road. The film festival, the film the Syndicate on the 24th of March. It is anticipated the film festival will include the circle on the closing day. Documentary about the people of Naval Run, two large for life. Like that, and so to look on it. First, you can pocket landscape. I believe it's going to be Carousel Live. The clock tower and Carousel. If you count, the clock, right? 12. Why Antarctica references Pennsylvania out. And of course, we saw them spraying down through the team. There's more Antarctica references. Supplies being delivered. And Lucifer fell like lightning from heaven. Aurora Borealis, North Pole. Idiot keys on the piano. Back to the carousel. Time, splitting time, floating time. The hourglass. That's the whole goal concerned yet. Spiral staircase is representative of time as well. The forest field, the apple, the Coriolis. As the bomb goes off, this next scene you're going to see until Tahiti's, not the we are, has lived in the hexagon, which is a three-dimensional cube. Like Egypt, and we also saw the Eiffel Tower. We found alignments, and this artist's depiction is figured the symbol trailer. Shows the Great Pyramid here on the right, and it shows the Eiffel Tower. And I'm going to show you that alignment and show you that in fact there is an alignment between these two objects. Look at the Eiffel Tower. Look at this dead center, the center of the Eiffel Tower. Now we're going to go to the Great Pyramid in Egypt. This is unbelievable. Look at this alignment there. Look at this alignment. Another planet almost. It looks like a moon. The word time backwards actually is emits. And then the cryptic closing, the time act. And then this looks like a pyramid, this with the letter A. Unbelievable. And Antarctica somehow fits into this big picture. So they are going to connect with time, and that's what we saw in this video. The sun worship. Okay? The first thing that we need to do here is establish that the STIRN program in all of the facilities programs throughout the last several decades. Many of these programs were named after the gods. So it would make sense then that sun would represent turning. Okay, we're going to start with Caesar because he was the first one. This is Caesar. I don't know this. See, the spelling is wrong. This image, this image here, blow it up. There's a cell phone. This is Caesar. Okay, and let's read the description about what Caesar is. On December 18, 1963, the first beam circulated in the sun electron storage and accumulation ring, acronym for Caesar.
Now, December 18th is Saturnalia. December 18th is Saturnalia. So you're wondering, what does Saturnalia have to do with Caesar? Well, the two are closely linked. This is from the Saturnalia website for Wikipedia. It says here that they mark the dedication anniversary of the Temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum in 497 BC, when Julius Caesar had the calendar reformed because it had fallen out of synchronization with the solar year. 2 days were added to the month, and Saturnalia fell on 17th December. It was felt, however, that the original day had thus been moved by 2 days, and so Saturnalia was celebrated under Augustus as a 3-day official holiday encompassing both dates. Therefore, Saturnalia falls on December 17th through the 23rd. And here it says, Ab Caesar lo Saturnalia, hailing Claudius as the new emperor after the assassination of Caligula. Okay? This is central to the theme of Caesar. Caesar and Saturnalia are linked. And that's why on December 18th, the second day of Saturnalia, the first being circulated in Caesar. This was in 1963. Let's move on.
screaming mad. It controls people. It's an enormously powerful thing. It's pulling something out of hell that you don't want any part to do and turning it loose.
You have to remember our world is made up of matter. The antimatter is what we can't see, what we can't touch, what we can't feel, though we interact with it every day. A lot of people like to think of antimatter as the other dimension, which is the opposite of this dimension. It's an inconceivable place that is hostile inherently. It's not under control, it's very hostile. So there's a physical effect to the spiritual world in antimatter. And often, demonic entities and all these other paranormal things are attracted to antimatter, or every gram of antimatter that's produced and then gets brought into this world when they produce it. It attracts things from another dimension coming here. What is CERN going to do is to allow humanity to produce pounds of antimatter. What's happening, that is the unseen portion of dark matter. And of course, you have the angels which govern what that realm can and cannot do. Because everything is balanced, the subject of Lucifer in the spiritual sense, because God gives everything balance. Everything has balance. There is dark, there's light, there's good, there's bad. Everything has balance. CERN has yielded so many results and given your definition of paranormal activity. It's beyond me that a lot of people cannot get this through the truth of the word. They can't. Antimatter is being pulled out of nowhere, out of this other dimension, which is nowhere, but everywhere. In consequence to that, they found out antimatter has a specific type of energy signature. They can, in fact, detect this. This is how they could, part of the process of pulling it out. Well, it comes to find out some of the not so good consequences of this process has to do with the human psyche. With all the experiments they have found out why paranormal activity with CERN as they begin to collide these protons. Dark matter is going to be produced in great numbers, in greater and greater numbers. Not only the matter, but the energy signature. It's going to also be released into this realm. You know what that's going to cause? It's going to cause the dark energy signature within people to begin to activate more and more. You see, it's going to become difficult for people to stay contained or controlled. In essence, they're going to become violent. They're going to have vivid dreams. The darkness of that person is absolutely going to begin to surface. And this is not theoretical. This is not some theory somebody thought of. This is absolutely 100% quantifiable, and it happened before it
I would also feel something climbing in bed every night. That's coming to hell. So finally it came to me to pray and to pray for angels of the Lord to come down and protect us. As long as I prayed every night, the activity stopped. I have grown so much and have a relationship with Jesus, and it continues to grow. I'm reading the Bible, which I tried before, but couldn't understand it. But now I read it every night and I love it. Why can't I understand the Bible, preacher? Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost. He's come to guide you along with you. Now these ghosts still are all over here. They're all over Kansas City. And more of them popping up all the time. For everywhere. Here's the thing about demons. Demons are very dangerous. You start talking about them, they come over you. If you give place to the devil, he'll step right through that door. He will come into your home. Some of you may have already had this happen, and now that here really smooth, you know, people are talking like you're saying it back. But some people get the strongest ghosts. And what you're doing is allowing something to come to your mind. Remember the mind. Remember that it's the mind, which is the thinking capacity of the soul. You walk above them, you walk in victory, you walk in power, you shout hallelujah. But if the mind is being influenced by the God of this age, that is in this world, it'll suck you right down into its world. A lot of Christians live in what we call a denial. A lot of Christians live just can't touch me. Because I'm a Christian. A Christian only one time is a Christian cannot be possessed with the devil. You can't be possessed from the flesh. It can take complete possession of you, but it can flat take your body and influence your soul. And it can put you in a state of bondage, and the only way to break that bondage is by the power of the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. If you can't touch the spirit, dear friend, your spirit is born again. If the following me now, do you realize how important all that is? These things are weak. And I know the power of it. This is not a game. This is not a joke. Evil things. If you're watching this stuff on TV, what is it? Watch it. What is the point in your soul? What's your mind for? What are you living your life for? That's what kills you. This world. It'll take the very life of you. This is what's on your board. Amen. That's sure happens to you. We have that. Chapter 3. The Bible says very clearly now, no condemnation of them for Christ. You cannot condemn a servant of God. Always condemn. You're right. I can come to you in the name of Jesus. If there's some demon in you, the Lord Spirit I have is going up in your life, I can say to that thing in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, by the power of the Holy Christ, you have got dominion. They help them understand biblical salvation on a daily basis, a new birth, on a new purpose.
Minerva. This master. Let's read about these. Tool for students to learn more about the Atlas experiment at Summit. We're going to talk about that experiment as well. It is based on a simplified setup of the Atlas in display. Atlantis. Another the God's Lid, which allows users to visualize what is happening in the detector. The aim is to look at Atlas events and try to recognize what articles are seen in the detector. There are two foil events, then a selection of events to categorize, and finally a certificate phase. The project is a joint venture between the Rutherford Alpine Laboratory and the University of Birmingham. So this is an advanced masterclass educational program, Minerva. But Minerva is also a goddess. I wrote some notes here because I don't want to leave anything out. But Minerva, the goddess, is the goddess of wisdom. This is the sermon that would be now, she's the goddess of wisdom, whose art she traded strategy. One with weapons from the head of Judah. Okay, this goes on. Let's read about Minerva. About the future. They have temple to Minerva. Here's the temple of Minerva in Tunisia. Now, the Romans celebrate her festival on March 19th to March 23rd. Here's the Bavarian Illuminati. The Bavarian Illuminati is called Minerva, or Brother of Minerva, in honor of the goddess of learning. CERN educational program. Minerva, the goddess of learning. Later, this title was adopted by the first administration of Aleister Crowley, who is known for the book of secrets. This is our CERN Hadron Collider. Minerva's continual owls. We talked all about the owl. Owl eyes in the night sky being our prison, locked away from heaven. When Zen is worshiping that prison, because the owl eyes in the night sky is the star span that we see after the point. Show you guys that in the channel. This is whenever displayed on a metal horn. Sacrifice. That's their highest reputed sacrifice is war. That's how they get the most sacrifice. They want bang for their buck. They make up these false conflicts, and then they send in the sacrifice. And then they have the gall to put a freaking symbol of this onto the Medal of Honor. Those are the main references we saw with our own eyes, Bohemian Grove, the Bavarian Illuminati, it's right there, hiding in plain sight. Let's continue on with this. Sickness. Now, this is Atlas, another CERN project named after a god. Collaboration, the group of physicists who built and now run the detector was formed in 1992 and proposed people and astronaut collaboration towards their efforts to build a single general-purpose particle detector for the Large Hadron Collider. The design was a combination of two previous experiments and also benefited from the detector research and development that had been done for the superconducting superclutch. The Atlas experiment proposed in its current form in 1984 and officially funded by CERN member countries in 1995. All the countries in the world are wandering after these needs. They're all giving money to it. It is the hallmark of their career to They even call the detector components being shift discerned and assembled in the Atlas experiment pit. They call it the freaking pit, the abyss. This is Atlas in mythology. He held up the earth. He's the Titan god of endurance and astronomy. Condemned to hold up the sky for eternity. Although associated with various places, he can commonly identify with the Atlas Mountains. He was the son of Titan. Next, on deck, Petra, another son, project. Let's read about Petra very briefly. New third generation synchrotron, radiation source. Petra 3 accelerated its first beam on April 16th at 10:14 a.m. The Quantum contact was injection and stored at 2.3 kilometer accelerator for the first time. Started operation of the beam completed the 2-year upgrade and converted stored during Petra, the world-class X-ray radiation source. The most powerful light source of its kind, Petra 3 will offer excellent research possibilities. It's all expressed. Nobody knows what these people are doing here. They're firing beams is what they're telling us to do. It's ridiculous. They're not firing beams. So what else is Petra? Let's flip some notes on Petra. Because this is going to blow. You know all this talk about Baal worship, and the Ark of Palmyra? Well, apparently, Palmyra and Petra are related because Palmyra grew in importance and attracted the Arabian trade away from Petra, and then Petra declined. So they're blaming Palmyra as the reason for Petra's decline. And of course, Palmyra has the old Arch of Palmyra. It also talks about a semicircular arch. Here, series of two plugs, which terminate in a semicircular arch, a feature derived from North Syria. This is where Palmyra is, in North Syria. This is Petra. This was in several of the movies. This was in the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the Raiders of the Lost Ark installments, they showcase Petra because it's this amazing cutout right out of the rock. So now this brings us down to Cernunnos. Now that I've established the case, now it is not a stretch to assume that they could be talking about Cernunnos when they're referencing CERN. Why? Because Cernunnos is the Lord of the Rings. Let's read about Cernunnos. Pull this up here. Don't forget anything. Now, I was shocked to discover Janus in Cernunnos description. Often depicted as Janus, the Cernunnos type included Janus like God. Janus was the two-headed god. And we showed you the Janus one, and now we showed the two-headed god. Janus is Cernunnos, is Baal, it's all related together. Now, Cernunnos carries these torque rings. They show it here. Let's pull this up. These are the rings people can buy to put on their wrists. Okay, this is what you're putting on your wrist when you do that. You're putting this torque ring from the ring of Cernunnos, which is probably my Saturn has rings on it. Okay, you guys will recognize that. What else do we have here? Let's look at some more of these torque rings. Because both antlers have forks hanging from them. There's another picture of Cernunnos. There he is here. He's got these antlers in the early growth stages, they say here. These rings around his ears. Faunus, the green man. Cernunnos, the horned god. Lupercalia, the worship of Pan and Faunus. Faunus, the horned god. Lupercalia, February 13th through the 15th. The Pillar of the Boatman, depicting the only known image of Cernunnos, was found in the bowels of Notre Dame, in an island on the Seine River, in France, amongst temples, and was then moved. Here we get the only images of this foreign god, as depicted here. But we know who the horned god really is, and we know what these rings represent. The rings of Saturn. They call these rings hanging from them forks, which kind of sounds like an fork. The wires of CERN twisted into a giant ring. The word torque, to twist, comes from this word, the Coriolis effect, the torque, the torus. They're saying that Cernunnos is related to Mercury. Mercury. He's talked all about Mercury and what that means. Mercantile, mercantilism. It's our money system with Mercury, guys. That's how they control all of us, through money. His Peter is also related. All this goes back to ancient Roman pagan worship, rituals, sacrifice, and their satanic holy days, which have become now our modern holidays. Scholars have sometimes compared him functionally to Greek and Roman divine figures such as Mercury, his Peter. Now, this is ancient Celtic culture as well. It says here there have been attempts to find the CERN root in the name of Conall Cernach, the foster brother of the Irish hero in the Old Disciple. In this line of interpretation, Cernach is taken as an epithet with a wide Semitic field, meaning angular, victorious, bearing a prominent growth. This goes on because in neo-paganism, its sister in Wicca and other forms of neo-paganism, a foreign god is revered. And this is our CERN Hadron Collider. This disguises a number of horned or antlered gods from various cultures, including Cernunnos. The horned god reflects the seasons of the year in its annual cycle of life, death, and birth. In the tradition of Gardnerian Wicca, the horned god is sometimes specifically referred to as Cernunnos or Cernuno.
the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. It is the patience and faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth, and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound is healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the meaning of those miracles which he empowered to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast, which has the wound by a sword, and did live. And he empowered to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak, and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he caused all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their forehead, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that hath a mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. It is written, that he that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 600 threescore and 690. The official owners of the Harvey's tunnel, Swiss Federal Railways, did a really bizarre opening ceremony on June 1st, led by theater director Volker Hesse. Ghost figures in the form of a humongous eye, and eyes in an eye, all-seeing eye, people of the same sex, touching and kissing body parts in a very disgusting, sensual way, or a baby-faced angel with nude tits, and those with tits with male body is not a definition of a normal opening. This is panic. People in white praising the eyes in an eye, the all-seeing eye. Now, pay close attention, because you hear 3 rows, and each row contains 6 eyes. 3 is the help of 6 times 2 is 6. You get 6, 6, 6. Please support my work because I need your help. Keep making new videos. Please visit the donation page, make a donation, and ask it, and we'll make a new video on your request. Click the button in the top right corner now. Your help is needed and very much appreciated. What is so special about June 1st? June 1st was a very special day. On June 1st, 2016, the planet Saturn was closest to Earth than it was ever been before in 10,000 years. What has this to do with this event? Everything. Everything. In the field of astrotheology, Lucifer has Latin origins and means light bearer. Lucifer is
Venus, planet Venus, and while Satan is Saturn, and Lucifer and Satan are not the same. Saturn is named after the Roman god Saturnus, while Saturn is Satan, the cult of El. It is the reason why those that were chosen by El were called elites. Angels are messengers of God. Of God was El, which why we have the names of the archangels bearing the L, such as Raphael, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and so on. And the half man, half goat pagan god Pan has been associated with the planet Saturn, while Saturn rules the Capricorn. Capricorn is represented by a goatfish hybrid. Here's another fourth deity who is associated with planet Saturn. In the amazing book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, and I quote, man was a composite creature, and the upper part, with the exception of his horse being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The pipes of Pan signify the natural harmony of the spheres, and the god himself is a symbol of Saturn because the planet is enthroned in Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. What about based on opening ceremony occurred on June 1st. That same day, planet Saturn was at its closest position to the Earth. This was a satanic Illuminati ritual to Saturn, Satan. The second part of the ceremony took place outdoors where workmen drew their shirts and stood in formation. And people came past who wore only underwear and looked very dazed. And three seemingly dead workmen dangling in the air. Which I call very inappropriate. Because Andreas Reichardt, Jacques Boy, Heiko Budje, Albert Ginzinger, Andrea Astorino, Thorsten Elseman, Hans Gammel, and Giuseppe Liusto died during construction, and they honored them by dangling a baby-faced she-male angel with swinging nude tits, while the dead workers are praising it. I think they are a bunch of sick motherfuckers. Just look how the elite portrayed us as stupid zombies, because this represents the mass sitting in the train while traveling 35 miles in the tunnel. And here you see the workmen were replaced by three person goats who floated for a giant eye on a big screen. The man dressed as Capricorn did them their entrance and was accompanied by people who wore white veils. While the man screaming and running around the stage appeared on the big screen three scarves for their face, and while the man in white went for the goat, the eyes looked down on them. Now about the company Credit Suicide. In the video, leader of the Illuminati revealed I explained perfectly how their money network works that runs the vault. The official partner mentioned on their website of this satanic railway project is partnered by the company Credit Sunset Group. This company is listed 14th in the top 50 of the 147 corrupt, super-connected companies that forms the financial structure of the pyramid. The opening ceremony of the god are based on turned in an excellent task of engineering into a religious ceremony devoted to Baphomet, while somewhat ridiculing the workers who sacrificed their lives. Yes, and the masses who have traveled through the tunnel. And so Europe's most powerful people, and I will not be surprised they are a bunch of pedophiles, stood up and gave a standing ovation to this ceremony dedicated to the true ruler of the occult elite, Satan. Through the opening ceremony of the world's deepest and longest tunnel, the occult elite tells the world that they control the world's resources as well as manpower. In other words, they are the only ones who are able to make such project happen, simply because they control politics, finance, and business. Aside from that, by creating openly occult ceremonies, the elite tells a message to the world, and the message is, this is what we have paid in. This is what we think of you, and there is nothing you can do about it.
connected to people. We are records of it. Epictetus was the first philosopher of the atomic theory. He said that the human soul should capture the essence of things, thereby attain a cheerful facility. He called it the theme. Curiosity is the most important part of nature. Mankind's research for the foundations of the world and the origin of matter has prompted some people to dedicate their whole lives to the question what holds the universe together in its own. Why do we want to find out about things? Mankind is looking for adventure and does research. We find new things and modern scientists are entering a new era in the 21st century. The ingredients of the new era are discoveries in atomic physics with the crisis, change, and transition based on the endless curiosity of man and discoveries. Sir, European Center for Nuclear Research in Geneva, Switzerland, is one of the largest scientific centers in the world. The most powerful particle accelerator, Large Hadron Collider, was built there to find exopons on. It's a particle that is there to give all known particles their mass. Latest technologies, scientific monster machines, and the journey beyond the known to us. Latest technologies. Latest technologies. Scientific monster machines. The journey beyond the physical world, world to us. You're alive.
Isn't it also decided that they can have the right to fight?
Are they looking at matter, or are they looking at time? This is the deadly accelerator in Germany. And back in 1984, there was an 86 thing commemorating this accelerator with his mission of an 8 or the best prices one in the same. This is part of the accelerator in Brooklyn, and it too is shaped like a refrigerator. As you can see here, we have a part of it there and then there. And this is Fermilab on the 88-degree parallel. And Fermilab, as you can see here, is also shaped like an inch. Now, two of the accelerator rings at Getty were named after Tetra and Parallel. Now, Petra is a church and a great ancient city. And in this church are the intertwined accelerator rings in the shape of a figure eight on the mosaic in the floor, an ancient this is fascinating, you guys. Mainly this corn was struck in the year of Jesus' birth. But the Nabatean alphabet contains a character that looks like a figure 8 infinity symbol called Sinbad. If you look at the root of Sinbad, it is the Phoenician word for sin or sign. So now we finally have the link between the word sin and the sign symbol of infinity. We also see the other symbol associated with this character, one being a satanic cross, ascribing all sin to Satan. We also see other like symbols and rings. And Hera is the wife of one of the sisters of Zeus, and on her head she wore a collar, which is a ring.
And who were the Nabateans specifically? And these myths they talked about. Well, they worshipped the daughters of Allah, Uzzah and Manat. Manat. There are also connections with Kronos, time of Mithraism, which was the father of Hera, as we just saw in Zervan mythology, and Allah's other daughter, Uzzah, in Judaic and Christian lore. Uzzah has been also used as an alternative name, the angel Metatron, the cube of time, in the Sefer HaShak, or commonly is referred to as either the serpent Senyaza, demon, or as one of the three guardian angels of Egypt, where you have Mastema and Duma, that harried the Jews during the Exodus. As Senyaza in legend, he is the seraph tempted by Ishtar into revealing the specific name of God and was thus burned alive and hung dead down between heaven and earth as the constellation Orion. And in the third book of Enoch and the Zohar, he is one of the fallen angels punished for cohabitating with human women and fathering their unseen.
Finally, this is CERN, and of course, it is the most popular accelerator in the world, and it is in shape of a ring, of course. But inside of CERN, we see the eight-sided octagonal central feature, 8 and 10, the 8 of time. And when you read Daniel 7:25 in the original Aramaic language, it says, speak out great words against the great eyes of the supreme God, to wear out the saints and think to change time and law, and which you give it to his hand, until a time and times and the dividing of time. Look at the word time in the Aramaic, in the set time, time, or season. We will seek to change the set time, the times, and the season in time. We're going to look at heliotrope. Now you know what this ring might mean. Now you know what this ring might mean. From heliotrope. Now it's prominent, and it looks like a black hole sun, an eclipse. And then they took the dot from the eye, and they moved it over. And now you see how that might be this. CERN symmetry. Okay, there's your side by side. Boom. One on the outside, one on the inside. One on the outside of the ring, one on the inside of the ring. But it gets better, because he talked all about Cerninos being a formed god. Let's blow this up. And there's your horned god. with the gold of a god in antlers out here on the wall in this 2012 animation. Here is your golden ring with the dot outside, which looks exactly like this, right? It's the same thing. They're even positioned the same. And now you see how if you take this dot and you draw a line through the center of the circle, connecting the dot, but it points to certain names on the wall. You see. And after the scene, it goes off to the apple, which is the forest field, which is what CERN is. It's a giant forest field, and it rolls across the floor and opens up into the lotus flower. And it hits Obama's shoe. Now the CERN's been in the news. There was a weasel that caused an electric short circuit, 66,000 volts that went through these wires, according to CERN. And of course, the CERN logo looks like a 666, but this goes far, far deeper. And I'm going to expose that today. And as far as I know, nobody has been able to identify what the reason means. Oscar the reason. Now, for those of you that don't know the story about the weasel, apparently the weasel crawled into the underground CERN labyrinth and chewed through some wires that were carrying 66,000 volts of electricity. The weasel fried, of course, and then the CERN went down. The weasel mentioned in the story of Cernunnos. The weasel mentioned in the ancient story of Cernunnos. This is a book called The Apple Branch. It has to Celtic ritual. We just mentioned the Celts in our analysis up to this point. We're going to read in here about Cernunnos and the weasel. Okay? This is what they were referencing. It says here, the stag, meanwhile, we will place in the south, the place of the underworld and hidden things. You just saw the stag on the wall, and I echoed too. Precisely when the Cernunnos, abandoned by the goddess in her flower maiden form, enters his own gimlet phase and is taking on stag-like characteristics. This is all ancient Celtic ritual, okay? This is what this book is about. There are many other stories that confirm these patterns in Celtic tradition. In Irish mythology, the flower maiden is called Lochna, little flower. We just talked about the flower, right? We talked about the lotus flower. The shifting allegiance of the goddess is, as we have explained, cyclic. As queen of the underworld, she chooses the Cernunnos figure at Samhain. We talked all about Samhain and how that's related into Halloween and the 5th of November. But as flower maiden, she prefers the Macanos figure on Beltane. Beltane is Baal. Beltane festival. We've been talking all about that deep sacrifice, Beltane. Lochna, off of May, there's that May Day again, sacrifice, very explicitly associates the figures with Beltane. And first, you're asking, where's the weasel fit into all this? Yet another significant detail may link Lochna with blown away. Both may have, upon relinquishing their flower maiden status at the end of the same season, taken an animal form. We know that Bloodwood turned into an owl. Remember Minerva's owls? It's all linked in together, guys. The creature with the prophetic voice from the other world, standing on the threshold between life and death. Standing at the threshold between life and death. The threshold behind the spinning stars as heaven, but we can't see them. We can't see them. Usually announcing death. We have no story specifically recounting Bosnia's transformation, but in modern Irish, black name is one of the words for weasel. Black name is weasel. Black name, which is this character we've been talking about, related into Sir Nemus. The weasel in Celtic tradition has many of the same fearsome association with the other world that the owl has. So they fly a weasel to depict the underworld and fearsome association with the owl. It's all symbolic, guys. It is sorcery of the highest degree. The weasel has the power over life and death. And there are stories from oral tradition about when those magical powers turn into weasels. As far as I know, no one else is covering this. Again, these figures should go viral, but it won't. Because people are asleep. Thus, it seems very likely that Rocknick's story may, in versions now lost to us, once have ended much like photo a path to Celtic ritual about this book. Now, could this be a reference to Tree of Life? Could this be a reference to the apple that rolled across the floor in this image? The apple that the little girl is holding? The apple branch, I believe, is being depicted here. This is the apple. Here's the branch of the apple. Look at this. This is nuts. Guys, this is just nuts. This apple opens up the flower. We just read the story about the flower. Okay, it says here, in the apple branch, renowned scholar Alexei Kondratyov combines history, folklore, and language of the Celtic world in a unique guide for understanding spirituality. He explores the myths, legends, and cultural figures from Bridget to King Arthur and explains how the ancient Celtic religion survives in the context of modern Christianity. So now you know why I'm not part of a religion. Discover how to observe the calendar system from the 6 remaining Celtic nations of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, Britain, and the Isle of Man. Learn the practices and rituals of the Celtic tradition, including how to organize a Celtic ritual group. Celebrate the phases of the moon. Geez, it's like a guide to witchcraft. And participate in the great quarterly feasts. This is a seminal book which presents secret with dazzling visualizations and the beauty and power of vital living path. The apple branch will inspire everyone a new way of looking at the world. The very same year, the first line of browser released on Sun launched in 1992.
666 channels of heart-pounding, scholastic entertainment. Party, drama, unlimited excellent than you ever seen, brother. Unlimited entertainment snatched from the ether and slammed into your brand new 44-inch, 900-line resolution, 3-way expanded matrix Dolby stereo TV. Right here, Roy.
Pop those beliefs. 66,000 volts. And of course, the Easter logo looks like a 666. All right. And I've gone bigger. 9/11, 2000. Now, first, we thought we were repeating that control. And as the devil walks out, you see the cross. Now I want you to watch this clip.
It's Pete the Benson.
Obviously, we're dealing with something of supernatural nature here, buddy. I mean, this thing, it did not come from Radio Shack. Yeah, so you're the smart one, think of something.
Next time we have to deal with a whole shopper picture.
Boys who are really parents use machine build, and here's proton. Proton accelerator server.
So, the toner, go ahead, release the marbles. You heard it, you heard it.
What's happening? Who's messing with my cover?
And here is the clock. Cuts away at 44 seconds. Wow, really? Each of the World Trade Center buildings were 110 stories tall. Were both 220 stories. 22 years after 1979, the towers were tall, and the number 79 is 27. Prime number. And I want you to listen to this one.
I have to show you how effective our passive strength system really is. Watch this demonstration at 110 miles an hour, where our driver dummy has the benefit of both a seatbelt and an airbag, while the other dummy has neither one. Neither what?
I can't watch. Switch to mom.
She was driving over and moved to
With the cylinder ram coming in, on the field has yourself a circle and a plus on it. What was the inspiration behind the making of the film?
Actually, I had a dream about it, and I started to dream. I dreamt I was in a black hole, and I wanted to know where the dream came from. And then I think I went to the provider, the part of nominate when whether to create microwave black hole. So police was able to go and get it.
What was it like shooting underground when you were filming the particle accelerator?
Now remember, this is going to be viewed on the last day, March 29th, of this film festival.
But really exciting. We started filming in 2009, and then the part two was still open for public, so you could go down with I mean, it's really that really enormous.
Why do you think that people have always had this obsession about the origin of life and where we come from?
I think it's part of mankind. It's not that curiosity is going on.
So Eunice, this is CERN, and their whole objective was to use the torus field in CERN to awaken and enlighten artificial intelligence.
What were some of the challenges that you faced making the film?
Really, the most difficult part of the movie was to actually follow the circle. Because you cannot do with the line, with the tunnel is supposed to sometimes there are tiny landmarks, but sometimes there's not. So you have to imagine we had a map, and then we choose the map that we usually get
As above, so below.
with the exact point.
Did you find that your instincts were generally right, but you were generally also?
I think we were sometimes 100 meters off, not so.
How does it work? But that's why you're here. You're gonna have to do something. Listen, nothing you're telling me is new information. Like your theories about wormholes have existed for a long time, but nobody knows if they actually exist or how to find them.
Right. Just a matter of seeing them.
You haven't explained either. How do you see it? How do you hunt machines to get away?
Pushing the machines to stay warm. This is where I stop. I have given you the time.
Please,
I found a way to go back. Alone. I found it. My own part of the field. But now, it'll stay that way. The only question is, what's I create and how to change the future? Or create a monster world? When the border that glass is time. Time moves forward constantly, not just as still as the water. No matter trying to change something. Creates a ripple. Change has to catch up with time. Everything around it either changes or suffers.
If you've ever been exposed to soap operas, the music in the soundtrack should evoke memories of a long-running show.
Like sand through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. That's the kind of subtlety being leveraged by the filmmaker. Darnell, the time traveler, an inventor of time travel who destroyed the future, says, think of the water in that glass and it's time. Time moves forward constantly. Untouched, it's as still as the water. Go back and try to change something, bang, and it creates a ripple effect. Read between the lines. Particle collision picture creates a ripple effect in time. Time impact event. Who is trying to go back or forward to try to change an outcome? Darnell is. That's why he's there meeting with Dr. Pyatt, speaking so persuasively. Darnell himself is playing the role of the destroyer of worlds, the dancing Lord Shiva. Under the lamp, we see an idol of Shiva doing the cosmic dance of destruction, a miniature of the one featured at the CERN facility. There's a horned mask on the wall that represents the horned god Cerritos, the god of the abyss, who is continually being
ceremonies where magic circles are cast with salt, just like in the symmetry film. Yes, CERN knows. CERNUNNOS. Also, Nodens, Abaddon, Apollyon, the Destroyer. It's a clever set. The table lamp paints light on the wall in the shape of an hourglass, hinting of a measure of the sands of time. Under the lamp, you'll find a pitcher of water, a reservoir as drawn from the river of time. Mr. Darnell's pocket watch rests on the coffee table with his time water glass, with the hinged case being a model of folded time-space. The box of tissues on the table is a cube. Think of the cube in the Marvel comic universe, which has to do with a multi-dimensional binding and the control of vast time-space energies. Again, what kind of machine are they talking about in the clip? Did you see the picture on the wall that artfully illustrates the particle collisions? Darnell mentioned small pieces, like subatomic particles. He mentioned a gun and bullets, and the collider fires protons like bullets from a machine gun. Did you notice the picture of the full moon next to the one of the particle collisions? That's a celestial timekeeper, the one that rules the night according to the foundational cosmological text of Genesis chapter 1. It's appointed for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and to give light on the earth, which is a matter of the revelation of supernatural insight and the Hebrew Moedim, the prophetic schedule of holy days. The moon silently affects the tides of the seas on earth in endless cycles. With that influence due to the interaction of gravity relative to mass, and with the water and the sea as a metaphor for time, that's a potent symbol in the context of the particle collider, with its vast array of enormously powerful ring magnets arrayed in a giant ring. Sonic energy is also used to accelerate the particles, so the LHC literally sings as the particles dance. Symmetry is opera and dance. When Darnell bangs the coffee table and we see the imagery of the particle beam collision so clearly illustrated, is there any doubt about what time machine they're talking about? With all the clues, do they really need to say it? Need more evidence? Darnell doesn't actually hit the coffee table with his fist, not directly. He hits a book that sits on the table, which is wrapped around with two rubber bands, one red and one green. The red band represents souls traveling around the LHC, and the green band is the opposing stream. The crossing of the bands represents the crossing of the streams where the collisions occur. He strikes the rubber bands at their crossing. Bang! What's in Darnell's little black book? Notes on particle physics, time-space manipulation, and time travel? Are the bands made of rubber because time is flexible and in flux, able to contract and expand? Is there a red shift of the beams relative to one another, with slowing down one and speeding up the other, which Darnell had already claimed was a general principle involved with harnessing a wormhole? There's another aspect of the rubber band bound book that should be mentioned. The two men are actually the same man who traveled back in time on a mission to convince himself not to make the mistake of building the device that would destroy the world in 50 years' time. The rubber bands represent the life of the man, where there are two at once, with the crossing of the future with the past in the present.
Stephen Hawking, he called the God particle could destroy the universe. He keeps warning.
It's going to become difficult for people to stay contained for control.
In the book of Revelation, John does speak about a messenger from the upper levels coming down to earth and opening up the doorway to the bottomless pit down inside the earth to let things happen. So maybe this is research being done to develop the technology we need here to do such a thing. I don't know. It's just a Yes.
Right, and it's interesting, I think, that, it seemed like, even in the Old Testament, whenever there are mentions of high places and things like that, it required, at least for the fallen entities, required some sort of sacrifice or some sort of ritual for these fallen entities to come through. It seems like God's angels are freely able to, traverse as they will, but the fallen entities require some sort of key, if you will, for us to allow them in, so to speak. So perhaps this is just a large human project to create the biggest doorways to the fallen entities to come through. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we're going to see some rather astounding events in the next 12 to 24 months because of the factors that probably seem to be coming to play later this year. And that would then require the presence of this fake alien landing invasion or whatever. But to do that, there's going to have to be a lot of them up here, and I'm wondering if God himself is going to open up one of these portals to cast Satan and his minions out of his universe down into ours for the final battle. At that time, of course, these beings will appear all over the place, and I think technology for them to fly around, saucers, that kind of stuff, have been developed already since 1952 or so, when we started sharing bases, underground bases with these fallen ones, quote-unquote grays and aliens. But I think this has been prepared for the time when the gateway opens and these beings are pushed out of their levels of ours.
How could that play out? I mean, it seems to me that the Obama or whoever this president's going to be announcing alien presence is not going to be enough to really convince the whole world. It seems like there has to be more of a manifestation, in my opinion. What are your thoughts on how that might look?
Yeah, I'm sure that this will happen. I think the release of their presence will be such that the people of the earth will say, they're here and the governments are lying. In essence, it won't be trusting a government release of the thing. It will be so obvious. They'll be in the skies, like in the movie V, or in the 4th of July, the beings and the craft, the big ones, will be over major cities or locations that will be on TV worldwide, and people will go, oh, they're here, are they friendly? Now, I think that this will have to come at the height of a global threat so real that people will say to anyone, help us avoid this or we're going to be extinct, human race.
Like, it's not just one experiment they're about to perform. This thing is going to run 6 months continuously, colliding protons near the speed of light to analyze particles, exotic particles that are made at the beginning of the Big Bang. That's what they call the Big Bang machine. It's the only way to observe these particles, which went in and out of existence in, a fraction of time. They found the force that holds the dark energy or the dark matter away from this room. They call it the wall. There's another name for this, a name of which that those particles are going to find. They found particles. They're going to find the other pieces that are in that wall. And when they find the other pieces to this wall, they will then be able to undo that wall. There's another name for that wall, the veil. Call it the veil. It holds back that ground. They found out what's holding back the dark energy from, because it would be absolutely destructive if the two met. But they found out, now with this as a weapon, there is no counter weapon to this.
We need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat.
So of course this all has to do with CERN and Elon CERN's logo and the space world and got 666 spin. This is CERN being used by even heavy metal bands like Megadeth. You've got super coloring, and this is all shown on the as I said, it's to do with transfiguration of the planet. It's the false Jesus Sananda coming off the legion of the back of Christ. Because, as you know, they know Christ was transfiguration was to do with Christ and being born from bridge to the Father in the Bible. And this is obviously the version of that. It's the transfiguration, but then is the birthday of Cadillac is the bridge from hell to from the abyss to break loose. The ones that were imprisoned, the spirits, all of it. As the Bible all describes.
There's another name for that wolf. The veil.
They know that they could be opening for partying with Baal.
On the day the time that Moses came down from Mount Sinai for the second time, he put the veil over his face.
Moses was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights without eating bread or drinking water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands, he was not aware that his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, his face was radiant, and they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them. So Aaron and all the leaders of the community came back to him, and he spoke to them. Afterward, all the Israelites came near him, and he gave them all the commands the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking to them, he put a veil over his face. But whenever he entered the Lord's presence to speak with him, he removed the veil until he came out. And when he came out and told the Israelites what he had been commanded, they saw that his face was radiant. Then Moses would put the veil back over his face until he went in to speak with the Lord.
And you're not like Moses, who used to put a veil over his face so that the sons of Israel would not look intently at the end of what was fading away. But their minds were hardened, for until this very day of the reading of the Old Covenant, the same veil remains unlifted, because it is removed in Christ. But to this day, whenever Moses is read, a veil lies over their heart. But whenever a person turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty.
The veil was first put on right on the Day of Atonement. I believe this will also be the day that the veil is removed. The word veil means to cover or conceal. The word unveil means to reveal. In a wedding, the veil of the bride is removed. We are the bride of Christ, and our veil will be completely removed on the day when we see him face to face. 1 Corinthians 13:12 says,
For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part. Then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known.
the Day of Atonement was known as the face-to-face day because it was only on this day that the high priest must go into the Holy Holies and witness to God. On no other day of the year was anyone allowed to ever enter the Holy of Holies. The high priest would remove the veil and enter into the Holy of Holies. When Christ died as our atonement, the veil was ripped in two, and we can now boldly enter the throne of grace by mercy and mortality. The Day of Atonement is the day of the unveiling, or the day of revealing. Colossians 3:4 says,
When Christ, who is our life, is revealed, then you also will be revealed with him in glory.
Isaiah 26:24 says,
And the earth will give birth to the departed spirits. Come, my people, enter into your rooms and close your doors behind you. Hide for a little while until indignation runs its course. For behold, the Lord is about to come up from his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. And the earth will reveal her bloodshed and will no longer cover her slain.
So this large hadron collider was started up. They wanted to launch something like that.
anti-man. He lives in a different frequency or a different dimension, a spiritual world, a spiritual realm. But he comes into contact us. He will try to manipulate you. He will try to tempt you by manipulating your brain. This is why the Bible tells us to put on the whole armor of God. Apostle Paul says, the helmet of salvation. Another scripture says, put on the mind of Christ. Another scripture says, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Dr. Lester Summerall teaches all the time. The mind is the battleground for the soul. So it's the manipulation. And so what they're doing at CERN is the manipulating the darkness, the dark matter. And they're doing it by the collision with protons. It's more than just a potential massive earth-changing, universe-changing explosion, but it's the manipulation of the frequency of which humans on Earth are living. Imagine if you take everybody under and manipulate the frequency that we all are operating into a different dimension or frequency. Imagine if the whole world could be dropped into this hole, into this change of reality, or dimension. And that's what they're trying to do with the RFID microchip, folks. Now, I'm not a scientist, but the radio frequency identification device is to not just, it's not just a link to your computer, it's to manipulate your DNA or your mind to bring you a couple frequencies down to where you can be manipulated. The only thing that it won't manipulate, get this, folks, this is great, is it can't go through the blood of Jesus. I'm not joking. I mean, there's prophecy teams that work for the federal government, and they know that they can't manipulate the mind of Christians because it can't get through the blood of Jesus. Folks, in your life, Jesus Christ, we're running out of time. We're in the last days. The spirit of the Antichrist. Why do you think these little towers are everywhere? Radio frequency towers. They're not even being used for anything. But they're putting them everywhere. They're not cell phone towers. They're the towers that we use to help take the frequency right from the man. But you can't go on. You're insane.
Looking for how God holds everything together. That's why they call it the God of perfect. They're trying to find Jesus, but they don't want to find Jesus. So they're trying to find what is it that holds all matter together. However, they also believe that there are parallel realities around other dimensions, and there could be other intelligence there. Another thing we Christians already know, right? Why not just come and ask us? You don't need to build a collider. However, There's a reason God put them on the other side of that veil, and they might not want to open the door. And here's the thing: their own director of CERN has gave interviews to the British press in which he admits that's what they're trying to do. They want to open a door to another dimension. And he said, when we open this door, he said something might come through it. Actually, they built they have the god, the Hindu god of destruction that destroys at the molecular level is right out in front of the offices of CERN, and it's dedicated to anybody. I'm going to put on the screen you show it because I've seen it. I said, this is a false god. What? I couldn't find anything about it because I need to get some books and read them. Look, it's named after Apollo, the gateway to the god Apollo. But what does the book of Revelation say? That an angel comes down with the key to the bottomless pit and opens that gateway. And guess who is the god down in there? The king over the bottomless pit. Apollyon, Abaddon, the king of the bottomless pit. And we're trying right there to open what I gave. When we talked back there, I said, it sounds to me like this is driving. They're trying to open the door to the gate to hell. Right? Okay? Well, here's the thought. God literally sealed and locked demons into the earth that would not be released until the last days. And now we have evidence that man is the one that's trying to open the door and release them.
Be strong in the Lord and in His mighty power. Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this earth world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything, to stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, and with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And pray in the Spirit on all occasions, with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, do it, and always keep on praying for all the Lord's people.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And, is the price worth it? I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
When you consider whether or not you believe the New World Order plans to
genocide away 90% of the Earth's population is a hoax or not. Consider the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones are mostly unknown to the people in the United States. They're an important link to the occult hierarchy that dominates the world today. We don't know exactly who built it. There are 10 guides for commandments engraved in these stones in 8 languages. These are the guides. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a new living language. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth. Be ruled for nature. Bringing the population of the earth to 500 million will require the extermination of 9/10 of the world's population.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, what's wrong with the population? I mean, we're too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff.
Mr. Turner, I was wondering if you think it's a good idea to reduce 90% of the population because we are being overpopulated by a lot of 80. Prince Philip said 80, sir. I go with 85. Right, me too. Thank you. Exactly. One child policy.
Could you speak about your population control saying you want to reduce the population to 95% of extermination? You said you want one child policy where you have 5 kids. Doesn't make sense. 40 years old. So that's what the Nazis did with eugenics. That's right. That's what you added. You don't let him do nothing wrong. Can you tell me what I did wrong? You don't have permission. Yes, I do. I'm a legitimate person. I'm on the list, so I'm not even doing it illegal. Turner, you're an enemy of humanity. Not child policy will be tolerated. I don't want to be in trouble. I'm just trying to ask my questions. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm leaving. Okay, don't worry about that. Why do you want to destroy humanity, sir? You're an enemy of humanity. The Nazis supported eugenics. So I'm on a public sidewalk and you cannot touch me. No, this is a public sidewalk. Sure. I'm going to start just the Bilderberg group. That's why you decided your eugenic policy? Is it when the Bilderberg? Just like the Nazis did, exterminated the Jews with eugenics. You're doing the same thing nowadays, trying to exterminate the normal people. Is 80% repopulation enough? Is 80% enough? 90%? And who's going to decide who lives and dies? You're ashamed of yourself. You are not our leader. National sovereignty will prevail. We will not have a new world order. We won't have a one world government. The elite won't be in charge because the people, when national sovereignty will always prevail. Eugenics is no laughing matter, sir. Depopulation is no laughing matter. Your silence shows complicity, sir. Yeah, who's going to decide who lives and dies over your eugenics population program? You're no better than a Nazi. In 1996, you were quoted saying that the world should be reduced by 95% ideally. Right? World population, correct.
And I believe in population, but I might have said that. I don't know. 96 was a long time ago.
Yes, it was, sir. But you are the nation's largest private landowner. So wouldn't that be a contradiction?
Concern, not value. A lot of sentiment in there.
Yeah, but the world is too populated, and you are the U.S.'s largest landowner. Isn't that a contradiction to want the world to be depopulated by 95?
I've lost about 50,000 bison on that land. I bought it so we could bring back the bison. They were at the verge of extinction.
So what's more important, the human race or the human race or bison?
Globally, we now hold GMOs and the vaccine connected equals pollution of the world. It's been recorded explaining that pollution is actually to cut the world's population.
Now, the world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if you do a really good job, you can lower that by perhaps 10 or 50%. If we have more areas, it's greater than will improve the benefits of population growth,
Those vaccines reduce the population of the prison planet wants to sterilize people. The BBC Fifty Foundation is funding 50 sterilization programs such as this one, the blast many program with ultrasound to damage the sperm. It's actually called for the so-called death panel to decide whether folks should live or whether, as he puts it, they have no benefits whatsoever.
and a lack of willingness to say, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better to see which ones actually have no benefit whatsoever? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
And Kate, that's great. Do God's work. But to go with sex, that exactly the same thing. What's in these visions into salvation? What the heck is going on?
His father was one of the main grandfathers of the homophilic eugenics movement here inside the United States. And it's still going strong today.
My dad was head of Planned Parenthood, and it was very controversial.
And Bill Gates was here once again pushing the GMOs and everything else that is also reducing the population. Because that's what he says. If we do a good enough job with vaccinations and everything, we'll be able to reduce the population. The polio vaccines now are the #1 cause of polio. There's no question that Bill Gates is not doing God's work. And if he is doing God's work, I would ask which God.
So how we move to open plans to take away our water, holding food, and population control.
They speak to us as if we are peasants in medieval times and make nobles. Why do they target the low-income portion? They wouldn't come on this show. I would love to debate them on their own voice and show them that in there. I mean, what would they say? They have nothing. They go into these poor communities and then, of course, reduce yields. So what happens to these farmers? They end up killing themselves by drinking biopesticides from Monsanto data. Every 30 minutes, while we've been talking, someone has killed themselves.
Right now, talking about infertility from GMOs, whole food, and what should be in the right, and then the public mistake, or to control 100% of the world's food supply. Government isn't stopping this, but who will?
August 18th, Ramada Hotel, Central Macy, leading Israeli rabbis had planned the publication of a book by one of their leaders, citing rabbinic sources to justify the killing of non-Jews, including innocent children and families.
אני חושב שהקרן הזה, הדברים האפיוניים האלה, ייכנסו באופניים ולבבות המדהימים, מה שהיה כאן, נראה שזה חלב, ולא נצטרך להיכנס יותר ולא נצטרך.
Desecration. What we heard here was that most of the people did read the book, and they said what's important is the absolute of the law. That nobody should criticize anybody's right that he can, especially the law. And what we're saying is we read the book, we know what the book says. The book calls for killing innocent children. There's no fine distinction made here. It's a book of racist statements in the name of the Torah.
It's huge in its own purpose. It's not just like our vote. לגבי תפילה ותפוצת תרומת התורה, הוא לא בלבד לגבי גויים שבאים בתפילה נגד תרומת התורה, אלא הוא עדין גם בתפילה של יהודים, ואין זה סבסוד.
But it's a consequence of this any population. Under very, very specific circumstances, according to very rabbinic opinions, it would be humanly permissible to kill children.
Admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her. I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her.
Donald has said he's in favor of defunding Planned Parenthood. He even supported shutting the government down to defund Planned Parenthood. I will defend Planned Parenthood. I will defend Roe v. Wade, and I will defend women's rights to make their own healthcare decisions. And we have come too far to have that turn back now. And indeed, he said women should be punished, that there should be some form of punishment for women who obtain abortions. And I could just not be more opposed to that kind of thinking.
Or you believe the right to abortion goes. You have been quoted as saying that the fetus has no constitutional rights. You also voted against a ban on late-term partial birth abortions. Why?
Because Roe v. Wade very clearly sets out that there can be regulations on abortion so long as the life and the health of the mother are taken into account. And when I voted as a senator, I did not think that that was the case. The kinds of cases that fall at the end of pregnancy are often the most heartbreaking, painful decisions for families to make. I have met with women who have, toward the end of their pregnancy, get the worst news one could get, that their health is in jeopardy if they continue to carry to term, or that something terrible has happened or just been discovered about the pregnancy. I do not think the United States government should be stepping in and making those most personal of decisions. So you can regulate if you are doing so with the life and the health of the mother taken into account.
This is some your reaction, and particularly on this issue of late-term partial birth.
Well, I think it's terrible if you go with what Hillary is saying in the ninth month, you can take the baby and rip the baby out of the womb of the mother just prior to the birth of the baby. Now, you can say that that's okay, and Hillary can say that that's okay, but it's not okay with me. Because based on what she's saying and based on where she's going and where she's been, you can take the baby and rip the baby out of the womb in the ninth month on the final day, and that's not acceptable.
Well, the federal government already funnels hundreds of millions of dollars to Planned Parenthood every year, so it should come as no surprise when it funnels new money to celebrate its founding. The Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery recently opened a new federally funded exhibit that, according to the museum's curator, celebrates women who have challenged and changed America over the past century. Included in the list is notorious liberal feminist Margaret Sanger. The National Portrait Gallery's website provides a brief description of Sanger, describing a concerned crusader who fought with the courage of a wounded tiger for the promotion of birth control. What the Smithsonian exhibit fails to mention, however, is that Margaret Sanger founded the largest abortion chain in the country, now known as Planned Parenthood. But the exhibit also fails to explain the racist ideology behind Sanger's promotion of birth control. Many people don't really know what eugenics is. Eugenics is defined as belief in the possibility of improving the qualities of the human species by discouraging reproduction by persons having genetic defects or presumed to have inheritable undesirable traits. Essentially, eugenics is the creation of a master race by controlling who has children and who doesn't. An article appearing in the January 31st, 1922 edition of the New York Times bore the headline, "This is Sanger says Superman is the aim of birth control." If creating a race of Supermen is the goal, who did Sanger believe had genetic defects or undesirable traits that stood in the way? It is put, Birth Control Facts and Responsibilities, Adolf Meyer quoted an essay Sanger wrote in 1925, entitled "The Need of Birth Control in America."
I've been against tithes for years because I think it deprives low-income women from being able to access the full range of reproductive health services, and I don't think that's fair or appropriate. I would want to do more to want to expand the services that Planned Parenthood provides. Obviously, not only against funding Planned Parenthood, but I would like Planned Parenthood to get more funding because oftentimes it is both the first and the last resort. We will have to do whatever we can to provide access to quality, affordable health care that includes the full range of reproductive health and women's and legal work. Children of color often rely more on government-funded health care than do white women. I'm wondering if you can tell me what other steps you could take to make abortion access available to more women of color. Very clear that for women of color, Planned Parenthood is the go-to place.
In her praise for the eugenics programs in Germany, Sanger called for the implementation of such programs in the United States, specifically targeting African Americans. The following editorial was published in the 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review.
The Negro problem is one of the most complicated and important confronting America. Whatever the ultimate answer may be, Cincinnati brings to light the function of birth control as a necessary agency in its solution. The present submerged condition of the Negro is due in large part to the high fertility of the race and disastrously adverse circumstances. Thus, the question arises, to what extent birth control has had a eugenic effect upon the Negro?
If any question should remain about Sanger's racist agenda, a 1939 letter she wrote to Dr. Clarence Gamble should remove all doubt.
We should hire 3 or 4 colored ministers, preferably with social service backgrounds and with engaging personalities. The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. We don't want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious.
Can there be any wonder why Planned Parenthood opened its facilities in poor inner-city neighborhoods populated by minorities? Can there be any doubt that Sanger's philosophy of creating a pure race is what fuels Planned Parenthood's support of embryonic stem cell research? Margaret Sanger was a racist. She's responsible for the millions of babies that have been ethnically cleansed from our country and should not be celebrated by the taxpayer-funded Smithsonian. Please visit the website and contact the Smithsonian demanding that materials on Sanger be removed from the exhibit.
Can we selectively breed superhumans? You can turn back now or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. Here are the facts. Dogs really are one of humanity's best friends. They've been bred to be this way. Centuries of proving the genetic characteristics of wolves created dog breeds, and further selective breeding amplified traits in those breeds. So much so that researchers in a project led by Fordham University have found that modern dog breeds are genetically disconnected from their ancient ancestors. This sort of breeding isn't needed to dogs. Humans have bred other animals for specific traits, and numerous species of plants have also been modified to increase their yield, their resistance to disease, or just to make them more visually appealing. While this artificial pressure on natural selection has led to innovations in food, medicine, and more, it also raises one terrifying question. What if the human race decided to selectively breed itself? Here's where it gets crazy. We have, or at least groups of humans have maintained this practice, known as eugenics, has a bad name nowadays, but that wasn't always the case. Sir Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin, coined the term in the 1880s, taking inspiration from the Greek phrase "born well." Originally, Galton proposed using financial incentives to encourage marriages that he believed would breed smarter, healthier children. While the term may have come in the 19th century, the idea has been around since Plato, and ancient civilizations also practiced various forms of eugenics. Today, it's associated with atrocities, genocide, forced sterilization, and infanticide. But in the late 19th and early 20th century, eugenics enjoyed tremendous popular support. It was hailed as a solution for a higher quality population. Multiple U.S. states passed legislation in favor of forced sterilization, limiting criminals, people with mental disorders, specific ethnic groups, and more from the reproductive pool. This nationwide movement had opponents, but they were powerless to stem the tide of support for eugenics. A poll from 1937 indicated that around two-thirds of the U.S. supported sterilization of mental defectives. Before World War II, proponents of the established U.S. eugenics movement began speaking with scientists in Europe, including Germany, about the purported benefits of this practice. The Rockefeller Institution assisted in the creation of German eugenics programs. Today, the idea of selectively breeding human beings seems appalling. Extensive racism, murder, and cruelty. What could wide-scale eugenics programs continue in a modern age? If so, it's something they don't want you to know.
All men are created equal. But it's not true. Because some is flawed. Hard.
The family subscribes to a racehorse theory of human development.
When you connect two racehorses, you usually end up with a fast horse.
Secretariat doesn't produce slow horses.
They believe that there are superior people, and that if you put together the genes of a superior woman and a superior man, you get a superior offspring.
You have to have the right genes. I have a certain gene. I'm a gene believer. Do we believe in the gene thing? I believe in great genes and all that stuff. Which I'm a believer.
Well, I think I was born with a drive for success. I was born with a certain intellect. The fact is, you have to be born and blessed with something up here. God help me by giving me a certain brain. It's this. It's not my salesmanship. It's what? This. You know what that is? It's the brain power.
I have Ivy League education, smart guy.
I have like a very, very high aptitude. I'm pretty good at English. I always did very nicely in English. I'm like, I'm a smart person. You're born a fighter, and I've seen a lot of people that want to fight, but they can't. Some people cannot genetically handle aggression. I always said winning is somewhat maybe innate. Maybe it's just something you have. You know, you have the winning gene. Frankly, it'd be wonderful if you could develop it, but I'm not so sure you can.
You know, I'm proud to have that German blood. There's no question about it. Great stuff.
We will be protected by God.
You know, they say it does work. It does work. Mr. President,
Mr. President, you told me during one of the debates that you would bring back water voting and a hell of a lot worse.
I would do what I would do. I want to keep our country safe. I want to keep our country safe. Look at that. They're shooting, when they're chopping off the heads of our people and other people. When they're chopping off the heads of people because they happen to be a Christian.
So I said to them, they're decapitating people, they're drowning people, and they're chopping off heads.
It's been that way for a long time. In Syria, you have the Christians where their heads are being chopped off randomly and at will. And you have the Muslims who are, they're not going to, they're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out, you have to knock them off as well. So they're chopping off people's heads in the Middle East, especially if you happen to be Christian. They're chopping off heads. And these were sometimes they chop off other people's heads. They said, we don't live in a world where in the Middle East they're cutting people's heads off. They're chopping a Christian's head off, and many of them, you know, I don't want to, I just had people, when they start doing, head chopping and drown, they can chop off heads.
Some of the heads of the Americans, some of the heads of the French, some of the heads of living immigrants. So we can't do water voting, but they can do chopping off heads, drowning people in steel cages. They can do whatever they want to do.
A conspiracy to start a war so that the Antichrist can ascend his position as world ruler. Pike's letter ironically also detailed the specifics of the first two wars with stunning accuracy, suggesting that he knew beforehand the details surrounding each of the wars. World War I, according to Pike, would be fought to overthrow the czars in Russia and change Russia into a communist state. The Second World War would be fought for two reasons: to establish the state of Israel and to expand communist control over Europe. The Third World War will be what allows the Novus Ordo Sectorum to rise out of the dust. According to Pike, Islam will be the central factor in the downfall of the West. Islam will be decimated in the process, allowing for the new religion of pure Luciferianism to spread on the earth.
The president was one of those Americans who went to church, but he spent a lot of the time this weekend meeting with advisors of the presidential retreat Camp David. When he returned to the White House, he spoke to the media.
This crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while.
The Holy Father has ordered us here. He has promoted you in absentia to the rank of Archbishop, that begins your task. Congratulations, Your Grace. We, the faithful here assembled, form the Knights of the Ninth Crusade. We are yours to command, Archbishop Maxwell. Employ us as you will.
In 1717, the Templar made their reappearance in Europe. They had grown in both number and strength, and were now ready to coin a new identity, free from their reputation of the past, and given credibility by none other than the monarchy and aristocracy of England. And the name they chose for themselves was a name that would be known by many, but understood by a few. This new name, the Freemasonry. 20 years after Jerusalem was taken, the Dome of the Rock was seized by a group of warrior monks calling themselves the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, or more simply, the Knights Templars. In Jerusalem, the Templars began to deviate further and further away from the practices of Christianity. They learned the secret arts of the Kabbalah, an ancient form of Jewish magic, along with its dark rites and rituals. The Jews had learned the art from the pagans of ancient Egypt during the times of enslavement to the Pharaoh and development into Babylon at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. In 1307, King Philippe of France arrested them for charges of denial of Christ, homosexuality, and idol worship as well as magic. In 1314, Pope Clement V declared all Templars as heretics to Christianity, ordering all their property to be seized. Their leader, Jacques de Molay, was captured and burnt to the stake. The Templars were cornered, and just when it seemed they were finished forever, a glimmer of hope arose from a seemingly certain end. They were to find a safe haven as well as an ally. But not in France. In fact, in a country in a desperate struggle for independence against the English, the country of Scotland.
Pike was Grand Master of a Luciferian group known as the Order of Paladin, Sovereign Council of Wisdom, which had been founded in Paris in 1737. Being Pike, an American occultist and Freemason named Albert Pike, into joining the upper echelon of the Illuminati. When invited by Mazzini, he readily agreed to join. Pike was then made the head of the Illuminati operations in the United States. Mazzini could sense an extra powerful occult nature of Pike. They asked him to write an occultic book that guided the transition from average high-ranking nation and top-ranking Illuminati nation, that of the 33rd degree. Pike then penned what is considered the modern-day Masonic Bible called Morals and Dogma. This book was used by the Illuminati as a Pied Piper to bring three Masonic lodges in the United States under their control, where before the Illuminati had operated mainly out of the Columbia Lodge. Albert Pike is known for two other things as well. He is a Confederate general and a founding member of the KKK. But I also think it's pretty odd that Albert Pike is the only Confederate general with an honorary statue on federal property in Washington, D.C. But he was not honored to be a commander or even as a lawyer, but for being the Southern regional leader of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The statue stands on a pedestal in front of the Capitol Hill, between the Department of Labor building and the municipal building, third and fourth on Main Street, Northwest. Hellenism has been brought into the Greek land from Egypt by Pythagoras in the 5th century BC, and was the cult of Satan that was introduced in the industry of the Masonic lodges in the early 1800s. We can follow the existence of the Illuminati in the 1800s and early 1900s in the Library of Congress. Just go to the Library of Congress website and search Illuminati, and they'll bring up hundreds of old newspapers and follow the timeline of their recruitment centers for the Masonic lodges and other organizations. In 1967, first broadcast, the Byron Station described with documentary evidence how the Illuminati was the instrument of the House of Rothschild to achieve a one-world government, and how every war during the past 2 centuries was fomented by this Illuminati. He describes how one Jacob D. Schiff was sent to the United States for the Rothschilds to further the Illuminati plot, and how Schiff plotted to get control of both Democrat and Republican parties. How Schiff seduced the Congress and the presidency to take control of our entire money system, increasing income tax and cancer. Now Schiff is co-conspirators made council formulation and full of elected officials gradually drive the U.S. to become the enslaved unit of the United Nations, one world government.
The city landmarks and icons represent the tensions between the Albert Pike in Washington, D.C. This is a very large statue, beautiful area looking down on Persephone, so it's a common flag, very over. Confederate general in state-built statutes of civil warfare. Where enhancements and during the Civil War, Pike trained and led 3 regiments of Native Americans to Confederate cavalry at the Battle of Blue Ridge. The Klansmen widely believed that Albert Pike organized by the Arkansas-72756 Klan, documented both the Klan. General Albert Pike was a Satanist. Pike took their books on the Masonic ritual and classic controversy pioneer. Pike and his figure of the Mason Regalia portrayed as advocating worship of Lucifer and Satan. It has a mausoleum in Washington, D.C. It says, maintaining the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. The roots of his labor of adoption, buried in 4 3/3 Pike's remains were removed in December of 1944. What happened in 1944, folks? June 6th was D-Day, World War II, the Battle of Normandy, the landing of 155,000 Allied troops on the beaches of Normandy, France. Pike the wall behind this was where it was. There was a total monument was added. Washington, D.C. Just that's what it says. Now, he is saying that they need to eradicate all Muslims. Video doctrine about. But after that, they're coming after all heretics and Christians. To warn all to end all. This is their prophecy. They're fulfilling it. You gotta wake up fast and protect our loved ones. The Christians too, folks. You're not playing all of it. That's why let us all work together.
12 ayes, 11 days. The ayes have it. The nomination will be favorably reported.
Breaking right now at noon, the Senate committee just voting to recommend Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Susan Shaw. I'm Emily Leonard. This vote just happened within the past 15 minutes in Washington. We are joined right now by our political reporter, Rick Alvin, for a look at what happened today and what happens next.
This has been a very tumultuous 11 days of the Trump administration.
Very well known in Republican circles, she's a big party builder. She served as former finance chair of the RNC. She's chair of the Michigan Republican Party. She's also one of the country's leading advocates for school vouchers. She's also the sister of Eric Prince. Remember Eric Prince? That name sounds familiar because he is the guy who founded Blackwater.
The full-fledged criminal enterprise executed by the military contractors known formerly as Blackwater, according to the sworn testimony of 2 of its employees. Nation's Jeremy Scahill, who broke the story, joins us in a moment. The details come straight from 2 sworn affidavits filed late last night by persons whose identities have been sealed to protect their identity and who have previously cooperated with federal prosecutors in the criminal inquiry into Blackwater. John Doe number 2 also stated that Mr. Prince, pictured here, smuggled unlawful weapons into Iraq, including sawed-off semi-automatic machine guns with silencers and illegal hand grenades. The affidavit also says that Prince, quote, views himself as a Christian crusader eliminating Muslims and the Islamic faith from the globe. Next quote, views himself as a Christian crusader eliminating Muslims and the Islamic faith from the globe.
Against radical Islamic terrorism, which we will eradicate completely from the face of the earth.
To that end, Mr. Prince intentionally deployed to Iraq certain men who shared his vision of Christian supremacy. Many of these men Mr. Prince operated his companies in a manner that encouraged and rewarded the destruction of Iraqi life. Going to Iraq to shoot and kill Iraqis was viewed as a sport or game. Call signs based on the Knights of the Templar, the warriors who fought the Crusades. We provide leadership, communications, intelligence, medical, logistics support that units and get these South refugees.
Mr. Prince, given the legacy of the work of Blackwater did in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and the issues that were fleshed out by some of those involved in the company, do you have any regrets about your work there?
I have great regrets for never going to work in the State Department. We did exactly the mission they asked us to do. We did more than 100,000 missions. No one under our care was ever killed or injured. And the men used their firearms less than 0.5% of all those missions, while doing the most dangerous personal security detail missions in the world.
Pope Francis pontificates like all the other popes before him about helping the poor, taking care of the poor. The Vatican is the richest country in the world. You see how it trickles down here. The quote from Francis is what everybody sees. Say, I'm a champion of the poor. Nobody had to fire a German bishop who spent $43 million to remodel his path. Right in line with what's going on in the United States. Timothy Dolan, controller of presidents of the United States for years now, Archbishop of New York, has found that 10 of 34 active archbishops have buildings worth more than $1 billion. Cardinal Timothy Dolan has a 15,000 square foot mansion in Manhattan, in the priciest neighborhood in the city, worth at least $30 million. But then we go to Cardinal Francis George, who's got a pretty fancy crib himself. He's got 19 chimneys. It gets cold there when you're months and you're trying to help the poor. It sits on 1.75 acres in the Dixie Gold Coast neighborhood, and it's worth $14.3 million as is. So these guys talk one thing, preach one thing, and practice something completely, something else. And that's lifestyle for the rich and priests. New York's Catholic Archbishop is one place, and that elevated the cardinal by Hope every Saturday. Timothy Dolan smiled warmly at the quote of Hope shortly after this. Heartfelt Hope on the album Saturday. Cardinal South President. He said, well, thank you for justice. I said, thank you for this. Let us pray. God of our ancestors, Lord of mercy, you have made all things, and in your providence you charged us to rule the creatures by you. You have made all things, and in your providence you charged us to rule the creatures produced by you, and short-lived, lacking in comprehension of judgment and of laws. Though one might be perfect among mortals, if wisdom, which comes from you, be lacking, be countless. Don't you think about it, President? That's next year, you're going to make it. That's right.
master of English proclaimed that the angel would ride the whirlwind and direct the storm. The master plan was unveiled in 2001 for World War III. They started Albert Pike's blueprint when they flew 2 planes into the World Trade Centers waiting on this song. The storm that would come and the angel that would bring it were long awaited prophetic fulfillment. And as Albert Pike, grand wizard of the craft, had predicted, Islam, the choice religion, to influence, to foment a crisis between Islam and the West, had come to get worse. What is the common factor every time you see a crisis? It's behind it and Islam. And they want you to believe it's organic lineage of Islam. This was planned hundreds of years ago. The master plan was Islam. This came out in 2001. Fear of Americans was taken advantage of by an esoteric cabal lurking in the shadows. And they have quite a plan for Islam. The esoteric cabal is using Islam to achieve great work. It's all been mapped out. We've seen what they're doing with the migrant crisis. We've seen what they've done in England with the Sharia courts, and on and on and on. They're using Islam to stir the pot. The system has to come down. It has to topple. Islam will be used to kill people, and that's fully usher in the Luciferian capstone. They're going to keep using it to destroy Western Christianity, Western culture.
You know what they put in the water, don't you? Fluoride. On the pretext that it strengthens your teeth.
Nazi are founded in 1776 in Bavaria, Germany by a chap called Ivan Weishaupt. The word itself, Illuminati, literally means to be illuminated with knowledge, and this knowledge in turn is light, illuminates the individual. They are deeply attentive to their beliefs and exerting in secret knowledge. Another name for Satan is Lucifer. Lucifer, literally translates to light bearer, is more likely to be portrayed as a peaceful angel and light giver. It is common amongst societies and a false belief for Lucifer to be considered as the source, the source of everything, and especially of all light and of all knowledge. The Illuminati are 100% Luciferian in their philosophy. They sincerely believe that the serpent or the devil is the good guy and the devil is bad, and that Eve is right to secretly knowledge of good and evil, and that when she did become like God. Albert Pike, one of the founding fathers of Freemasonry, was himself a very distinguished Freemason. He was also a top leader in the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Pike, being sovereign grand commander of the Scottish Rite, was a devout Luciferian. His famous work, Morals and Dogma, in 1871, is still today considered to be the handbook or study guide for the Scottish Rite within Freemasonry. This is a direct quote from Albert Pike's work, Morals and Dogma. Open quote. Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name for the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning, is it you who bears the light? Count it not. However, the Bible contradicts this teaching. It exposes Lucifer as being Satan, open quote, and no wonder, since Satan himself describes himself as an angel of light, close quote. The esoteric symbols represent Lucifer, the traditionally enlightened God. This is referenced in Jesus' words in Luke chapter 10, verse 18, where he says, quote, and I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, end quote. It is not concerned how many people belong to the Illuminati. According to a credible ex-Illuminati member, Raymond Barley, they make up approximately 1% of the population. They consist of 13 bloodlines. That is to say, you are either born into the order or you're not. So if you hear Lady Gargoyle's Illuminati, it is unlikely that she is in the bloodline and actually a part of the Illuminati order. It is more likely the case she has been recruited by them to promote their agenda and help them indoctrinate the next generation. Lady Gaga is one of the many music artists who have openly sold their souls to the industry in exchange for fame and fortune, hence by her debut album is titled Fame Monster. The 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati make up the world's elite. They are the head of the banking system. They are the think tanks of the world, the political groups, the educational groups. They own all mainstream music channels, and their main agenda is simple: world domination, commonly called the New World Order. They want one global village of which they control. They see us, the general public, the masses, as nothing more than a bewildered herd or cattle. Their nickname for us, the people, is the sheeple. The Rockefellers are one of the more commonly known Illuminati families, and David Rockefeller, currently the patron of the Rockefeller family, is an American banker and philanthropist. Not just any American banker, mind you, he, along with the Rockefellers, another Illuminati bloodline, is the unique two families owning the entire financial banking system and thus solely control the Federal Reserve. The Rockefellers controlling America and the Rothschilds governing finances and banks in Europe. David Rockefeller is also the founder of the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. Both of these political groups basically get together to discuss foreign policy and ultimately are responsible for designing the future of the world, which again and again the same theme emerges, a new world order, and who makes no secret of it. David Rockefeller is quoted in his book Memoirs as saying, quote, some even believe that part of the secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, paralyzing unfairly and internationally, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty and I'm proud of it. I need to move on. If you are
more information about the New World Order and the Illuminati agenda, how they plan to achieve world domination, check out the Georgia Guidestones. This is a monument erected in Albert County, Georgia, which has their agenda engraved in their own words on each side of the four-stone plan in the City. There are 10 guides, or commanders, if you will, openly outlining their intentions, how they intend to reduce the world population over 80% from 7 billion down to 500 million, and bring about a new one world religion or universal spirituality. This monument is generally shrouded with mystery, but the engraved tribute found next to it is a big clue. It has inscribed that these be guidestones to an age of reason. The Age of Reason is a book written by Thomas Paine in 1794. Its intent is to destroy the Judeo-Christian belief upon which the American Republic is founded. I should issue a warning at this point that this is all pretty disturbing and very clear, and it's very much out there if you want to look further into it. It's all there, hiding in plain sight. Okay, so let's move on and look at the specific symbols the Illuminati use to represent themselves and how they are very much present in today's culture. One of the main symbols is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, which is referencing that we are under constant surveillance. The all-seeing eye of Lucifer is sometimes known as the Eye of Providence, which is commonly found on the $1 bill.
The Lord Jesus wants you to come to him, and always do. Thanks very much. Maybe I'm sure you really have given your heart fully to the Lord Jesus. You'd like to recommit your life to the Lord Jesus and start afresh. The Bible says salvation is found in none. There is no other name under heaven given to men by which we must be saved. The Bible also says, if you confess with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. If you'd like to hand your life to this prayer, dear Lord Jesus, please hear my prayer. I know you gave your life to me, and I know that you are alive today. And make your holy. Thank you for being a savior. Amen. Christmas.
Technique is well, CRISPR goes well beyond anything that the Aslamar conference discussed. You couldn't least allow genetic researchers to conjure up everything anyone's ever worried they would design a baby these species-specific bioweapons, a dozen other apocalyptic sci-fi tropes. Brings with it all new rules for the practice of research in life science. But no one knows what the rules are. So that gets you thinking. And then here's this article that's coming out yesterday, a couple days ago. The future of genetically engineered children is closer than you think. It's in the Little magazine funded the first step is a no-brainer. So they start talking about all the diseases that they cover is going to be and what they're doing now. But what I want to bring introduce you to is the invention of CRISPR technology. It's a technology that allows scientists to program a protein and change specific sequences of the DNA in a cell that gives us the ability to edit the genome. Change the bad code into the HTT of the embryo and the normal version. Now, this goes hand in hand with what I just talked about the new living cancer cell coming out by the artist and taking out the T cells and putting in programmable genes and a lot of oxygen and putting it back into their immune system T cells. That is creepy enough. This goes hand in hand with technology. Transhumanism, the
saying it's going to be risk, and you're saying you have to do it. And it's development is to free humanity from painful diseases and worried about creating places. Not worried about creating places. But CRISPR wasn't ready for prime time. Some of the cells in the embryos, but not all of them, groups. It also caused off-target mutations in other genes. At the end of July, researchers at Oregon Health and Science University fixed genetic diseases in dozens of viable embryos without any unintended effects. Several human genetic going on a lot more than that. They were informed this way developed technology can go awry by so many mutations in other genes. There are moral issues. Sometimes I feel we're not on a slippery slope. We're flying off a cliff, said Marcy O'Neill, executive director of the Center for Genetics Society. The Center for Genetics Society said we're flying off a cliff. Hugh Goddard in 1997 told us about a dystopian society where people are dead for getting their natural children in the same year. 2 years that once we alter genes, it can cause disease will alter other genes too. The same as disease and point. Once we start down the line, we already have. We're accepting a story that tells us that some people are genetically superior to others. We and a computer genetic have parents who have blood don't feel like they need to keep up. The children genetics will jump right on board. I asked the prominent Stanford fighters and improvement design our narratives. We already are. It's happening. It's happening. Right here, Senator Backus wrote Obamacare. Praise the head of welfare, sitting in a largest healthcare company in the country, literally writing Obamacare. Here's what I want to get into. Microchip includes an affordable care. Now, remember they're coming out with euthanasia now in California. No, I choose to die. See how this works? There's the actual language used in the Affordable Care Act and plans. So I'll let you get into this. I'll put this in the show notes. You can see how tiny these microchips are. There's literally just tens of thousands of them. Nanobots replacing neurons, we spoke about. The nanorobot replacing nerve cells with artificial nerve cells. Artificial devices with RFID and your brain, remote biocommunication, and lifeline. Basic idea consists of a set of nanowires connected to electronic in the main catheters as they will spread out in a rotating arrangement in a particular portion of the brain's vascular system. It's a blood brain. Such arrangement can support a very large number of probes in the millions. Each N wire can be used digitally to record very securely electrical activity of a single or small group of neurons without invading the brain. Alright, so here's a little video of what the nanobots do, how they work. This is inside our blood brain. This is going to be smart test. This is going to food systems or liquid systems. No one would know it. No one would even care that this is going on. But this thing are telling us it's going on. This is happening in real time. Watch these tethers to the neurons. These neurons in our brains. This is communication. These are called neuron synapses in place in between the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of our brain. And they interrupt the communication. They alter our feelings. They get an immune system. They have rewriting technology. This is what I covered in 3 hours on my time. They go to John included in the show notes. This is designed for all of us. So let's get more into the hand sensation that's going on. Just one more to drive home the point. The chip is loaded with more than 5 billion transistors and boasts more than 250 million synapses for programmable logic. This is how you can technology. So if we're going to what could be a grand conspiracy with so many cows to make it specifically like really running on, but it seems like something is really happening in regards to mass migration. Dr. Winston's been out some folks it's also reproductive abilities for a lot of these things, allied pathways.
there is, you can always ask this, the question that is, who stands to gain by things like these kinds of things? Who stands to gain? Well, there's a number of little breadcrumbs that we're following, and I think I've worked out a few suspects, they'll tie into all these things. So this is what who really knows. Now, of course, this area has been systematically destroyed by the gangs and arms cartels, leading to a massive influx of migration, mass migration onto Europe and all these countries. Now, here's two things to take away from this. Now, we're just looking at this very cold. I don't want to get the emotional empathy and all these kinds of things about taking immigrants. There's legitimate mathematical arguments that there's to do with space. For instance, if you've got a house and then you can put a pay from 3 people, let's say, look at a house in a different country. 3 people in a house of 2 newborns, you might be able to live, okay. If you take in 15 people, it becomes more difficult suddenly once lady uses the kitchen, the bathroom, there's sleeping problems, because everyone's going to sleep, you can't get around to relax, there's 3 people sleeping here. Now, if you take in 50, then you have a massive problem. You take in 100, it's very hard for you to function in that house. You might not even be able to get into the door. So there's mathematical considerations here that to do with coal. That's the fact that there is a limit to what a country can take as far as immigration before the infrastructure starts collapsing. We have to be real about it. So we step back a bit from that, and you can see that, of course, Europe is going through mass immigration problem. Now, one of the things here in regards to immigration is there's 2 aspects. One of them is the components, saying, yes, we need to open all the doors. We need to let in mass migration. Of course, there's another element that is saying, don't do that. Okay, so here's something from the UN. So the UN's solution to this chemical subversion on our populace, which they don't name it, is that it's a reproductive decline. There's mountains of evidence here, that show all kinds of chemicals of greenhouse, etc., and things like that. So, I'll put a link to food factors here that goes into this one chemical that they say is affecting mouth health and reproductive capabilities of humans. But there's many of these videos you can look at. A lot of information seems to be multi-layered across every spectrum you can imagine. Different social engineering, psychological engineering, in fact, chemical subversion and all these techniques. Whatever the case is, the main thing take away from it that these countries here, the United States, Japan, pretty much all of these are allies, including Russia, Federation, and the greatest scheme of things to allies, largely Christian nation. So a lot of these are Christian nations, as a matter of fact. So the point is that if you just take a Christian as, and it's important to realize, even if you're an atheist, okay, a lot of the Western civilization comes out of these projections of moral frameworks, religious systems, whatever, in order to get the framework, the moral framework that you can put into society that works in a way of creating equilibrium within that society. So these are evolved mechanisms, just like Hinduism is, in India, things of that nature, or whatever you want, whatever system that's evolved over hundreds of years, thousands of years, that came in as a way of equilibrium and an environment to do with moral structures. So what I was doing for Christianity, that is seen as the same thing, these Christian environments that lean on Christian value systems of the past in order to have the things they do, even their moral frameworks are evolved from those systems as a matter of fact. So, you have a Christian framework in a lot of these countries. And you have at the same time in a lot of these countries declining reproductive capability. And a lot of them, right? It's like a negative population growth. So, the wellness factor, population, desire for families, develop chemicals that affect them, and things like that, they affect these countries. And, I'm not just saying it's that, there's a number of things, there's propaganda methodologies, things like that. But what I mean is replacement migration, this is from New Zealand and South. This is their plan for solving this problem. They state to solve this problem, the United Nations predictions indicate that over the next 50 years, the populations of virtually all countries of Europe as well as Japan will face population decline and population aging. These challenges of declining the Asian population will require comprehensive reassessment of newly established policies and programs, including those related to immigration and international engagement. Focusing on these key striking and critical population trends, the report considers replacement immigration. For 8 low fertility countries, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Republic of Korea, Russian Federation, United Kingdom, United States, and 2 regions, Europe and the European Union. Replacement by migration refers to international migration that a country would need to offset population decline and population aging, resulting from low fertility and mortality rates. So that's your strategy, straight from the unit south. It's really to don't worry about the sovereignty of the country, but it has to always be more and more and more. And we're going to just take people from other countries and mass put them into the country.
Your comments within 3 minutes.
My name is John Briano. I also run a website called forward.com. I noticed that this is a pretty good building when I pulled up in here. Obviously, I'm seeing a lot of museum offices and students. This is a huge places. But it's a pretty broad perspective of demographic as well as ethnicity. I think everyone here in this room realizes that tyranny is a fact of life that the parents or from themselves. School districts have become the forefront of a variety of what I prefer to as vaccination is intended. As evidenced by how this law was enacted, our legislators are buying paperwork. These lobbyists were up on the dais during the hearings. The disadvantages outbreak involved no school children. And from my understanding, the strain is a bad net, I think. NMRS is not being tested for that. Now, with anything that's going to be forced on students as position of student to rethink it, they will be tested for mutagenic potential, carcinogenic potential, and fertility. I need to tell you that on every vaccine insert in section 13, it says no such thing as the vaccine. They have not been tested for anything. I know that there are these things in China. China has a child policy passed with abortions before sterilizations. This gentleman is prepared to come today with what we want to work with in this country. I hear all the talk about technology. I couldn't help but horrified as I sat in the trunk of my car. I have these reports from the military. This is a 4-year-old report. Naval Medical Research Institute. There are 2,000 citations on the dangers of microwave radiation and brain iPads in the classrooms. Have you probably never heard about this? Maybe this is what they have in local districts. But microwave radiation, wireless radiation, as notebooks in the classroom, is a dangerous thing. There's so much research out there. It's insane. This can be ignored for long past. It's just going hand in hand with the sanity of forced vaccination. We're forcing children to be exposed to a class 2B carcinogen on the same level as lead, microwave radiation. As well as take vaccinations. We have over 60 vaccinations, 65 vaccinations that have not been tested for carcinogenic potential, mutagenic potential, or inherent fertility. So I would urge all of you to agendize pushing back the PBE filing deadline to line up with the July 2016 implementation of SB 277.
Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her. I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her.
Right all the time. Your children and grandchildren might grow when you play.
You know, when we check out at the grocery store, we'll be swiping our own arm over the scanner. And that would be something we feel we can't live without.
The stock specific countries that not happy in France, but it seems to be becoming more optimal.
Just imagine a little bit what the future might look like. I could take your petrol and put them on a chip. Your petrol and put them on a chip. Yet that's all I take just for you.
And he provides that no one will be able to buy or resist them, except the one that has the mark of the name or the number of the name. Here is wisdom. Let him who hath understanding calculate the number of the beast, for the number is that of a man, and his number is 666.
Oh, big brother will now be taught at a school near you. Plus, 100 schools are finding ways to track and monitor students inside and outside the classroom. The techniques range from chips embedded in school ID cards to GPS systems installed in computers tracking students' every move to actual surveillance cameras. And it's happening in Texas. Surveillance material can be stretched, folded, or crumpled up like paper, but the electronics on it still work. That's why it might be useful for biomedical applications.
How would you give the life of the natural produce?
This is a developmental system made by NCPen. And it has an antenna and some sensors embedded in it. What we plan to do is work with them to advance touch connectivity in this program.
So apparently this actually is artificial life and it's able to grow.
Because that's the nanotechnology.
Nanotechnology.
Not the transformation is what is inside. And this is from inside coming out. And if you think to do with the womb, is more the matter changing the way that's what it is. The little one, that's why it's like that. You have a big one and you have a small one. And when you look at the small one, before you can see there is a small one on top of the small one.
After how many times in terms of microsizes in those movies?
That one I can go to 1,000 times.
Oh, boy.
So here, what I think is great. Okay, because for some reason, when you figure out the dust, or so the head of the dust breaks. So after that, you go all over the place. 1,000 heads go and go on their way. And here you can see the other glass on top of the glass. Okay, this is Daniel, and on top of this there is another glass. So it's not like bread or something like that to make it then out.
Because, yeah, the thing is,
Yeah. But for the wealthy elite, their fears went beyond things like insurrection. They were worried about the financial impact. Remember, it was not just the cotton plantations that profited from slavery. But you're talking about the banks, the insurance companies, railroads, even the newspapers. The fact is, almost every aspect of the American economy was at some level or another invested in the slave business. You also need to recognize that for the wealthy elite who controlled the system, slaves were an asset as long as they were slaves. But the moment they were set free, they become a liability. And what the elite knew was that the end of slavery would instantly release 4 million people into the economy who had been kept uneducated and effectively unemployable anywhere but the cotton field. And what they were concerned about was that this was going to bankrupt the American economy. Taxes were going to go through the roof to take care of these people. Crime was going to be rampant. People were going to be enslaved. There was going to be this population overrun. And in the north, the biggest fear was migration from the south of these black people. The other fear that these people had was intermarriage between blacks and whites would lead to a loss of racial purity. The question was, what were they going to do about it? And their initial thought was they would just send all the slaves back to Africa. This plan was called colonization, and it had broad support among the wealthy elite. In fact, the American Colonization Society was even funded by the United States Congress. But in the end, colonization proved to be unworkable, and the idea was eventually scrapped. But about that same time, a new philosophy was emerging in the world. It was called eugenics, and for some, it seemed like the perfect solution to what had become known as Negro dilemma.
I do not join in the belief that the African American will bring the claim. And I believe that if we can, in any fair way, possess ourselves of its services, we have an equal right to utilize them to our advantage. Francis Galton, 1856.
Francis Galton is known as the father of eugenics. He actually coined the phrase eugenics. So he believed in trying to increase those he felt were inferior in stock and decrease those he felt were inferior. Francis Galton came from a very wealthy family, a family that made its wealth from the slave trade. And what a lot of people don't know is that Francis Galton was a cousin to Charles Darwin. Francis Galton took Charles Darwin's philosophies and ideas and thoughts and he actually put them into practice. And that's what we know today as eugenics. Eugenics and evolution are related in that they both see what they consider to be the highest form of primate, such as the gorilla, as almost indistinguishable from what they consider the lowest form of human, the African and Aborigines.
At some future period, not very distant, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. The break between man and his nearest allies will then be widened, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state, and some ape as well as a baboon, instead of as now between a Negro or Australian and their equal. Charles Darwin, 1890.
Charles Darwin is very well known for writing his Origin of Species in the 1800s. This book gave rise to evolutionary theory. What people don't know is that there was actually a longer original title for this book, and that was On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life.
But they would hire crusaders to do the dirty work. And the primary one they settled upon was a woman named Margaret Taylor. She was the founder of the American Birth Control League and the publisher of its newsletter, the Birth Control Review. On a practical level, the relationship between Sanger and these elitists was basically a marriage of convenience. In order to advance their common agenda, they needed a partner, and she was the women. And the whole thing would be held together by this kind of bizarre obsession with race and class. The result was that the American Birth Control League became the driving force behind the American eugenics movement. Eugenics would no longer just be a
the obliteration of human, and human life is valuable only when it is of use to the community for race. Madison Grant, 1916. The ultimate goal of these people have in mind is the goal to create one world government, run by the bankers, run by the managers, where, and then the exception, the European Council will, and the European Constitution is one part. Now we're trying to do it in America, we want American women, right? And they want to create a new constitution as well, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an art by teaching, right? All money is to be in those chips, right? And we don't know cash. And this is getting straight from Mexico, so we don't want to accomplish. And all money will be in the chips. And so anything, so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want, take out whatever they want. They say, no, it's just my phone taxes. They just deduct it out of your check. Good deal. Oh, show. And if you're like me and you, and you're protesting what they're doing, you just cut off your check. You have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's totally control the people.
That's just for that modality. And the first what we
everything is in there. You know? And so they want a one-world government controlled by them. Nobody gives a shit. All the money in those chips. And they control the chip. You become slave. Very.
there will be in the next generation or so pharmacological methods of making people love their services. Producing dictatorship without leadership. Producing the kind of painless concentration camp for entire society. Where people look back and their liberties taken away from them. People will rather enjoy it. Because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing against by pharmacological methods. This seems to be the final revolution. Big news arrest the Carter administration was passed recently. Two agents were involved in Democratic era. Technocratic era involves the gradual appearance of more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by a elite, not restrained by traditional values. So it will be possible for certain almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. Normally the public will be unable to reason or think for themselves. They will only be able to parrot the information that is given on municipal reason. Chip is loaded with more than 5 billion transistors and boasts more than 200 million synapses for programmable life. This is how you do technology. Ray Kurzweil. By the time we get to the 2040s, we'll be able to multiply human intelligence of billions. That will be a profound change that's singular in nature. Computers are going to keep getting smaller and smaller. Ultimately, they will go inside our bodies and brains and make us healthier and smarter. By the 2030s, the non-biological portion of our intelligence will predominate. Healthcare. Obamacare has 1,000 pages of U.S. healthcare bill which are not discussed. Subtitle C11 says 2521 National Medical Device Registry states its purpose as provides the framework for making the United States the first nation in the world to require each and every one of its citizens planning to them to radio frequency identification microchip for the purpose of controlling who is or who isn't allowed medical care in their country.
And he provides that no one will be able to provide or to sell except the one that has the mark of the name of the number of the name. That him who has understanding calculate the number of lines, for the number is that of a man, and his number is 666.
Anyone who takes the mark immediately throw them in the fire. There's no grace. There's no mercy. It's just you got the mark and you're like the fire.
But guess what? The future is now. Not only does this technology already exist, but it's already being
require every person in the United States of America who is employed to carry a biometric identification card with them.
And he called it all, from small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead.
To understand how this technology is headed, all you have to do is basically empty out your pockets. Eventually, developers want to replace everything that's in your wallet, your ID, your credit cards, your keys to your car, your luggage, your passport.
Not yet. However, there is much interest from the there's a lot of
While now it's just buying snacks and opening doors, the opportunities are truly endless for this controversial chip.
responsible, respectful, what we're going to do.
And developers are already working on new applications for these chips as we speak. One of them is hoping to come back tomorrow, and you'll be able to program the chip to turn on the lights and play music. Another developer said someday it could be used by doctors to scan your hand, and your complete medical history would be available.
So we're gonna have to be making choices, but it's not doing this until like one choice that we can go to prepare. So this has been going on for a very long time. That was 1966. And getting back to our control and government, as I said, the silent weapons of quiet wars. It's a soft power being used in TV programs, vaccinations, fluoride in drinking water, aerosol spraying over skies like these, silent kill, control the population of the planet. There will be 13 regional zones between the former U.S. and the North American Union, including Canada and Mexico. This may find economic Romero back in 2008 under the Prince of Romero, just like the European Union also made Asia. So they're the ones that are advocating plans. And then they document it with all the Agenda 21 and Trans-Pacific Partnership, encourage element areas, and all the rest. And here's one more quote I want to read. This is from Andrew Gavin Marshall, the Global Economic Crisis, the Great Depression of the 18th century. There's a transitional ruling class, a super class that agrees on establishing the global government. It doesn't have to be perfect, it's like middle class is targeted for elimination because most of the world has no middle class. A fully integrated internationalized middle class would require industrialization and development. In Africa and certain places in Asia and Latin America, the goal of the superclass is not to lose their wealth and power to a transitional middle class, but rather to extinguish the notion of a middle class and transitionalize a lower, uneducated, labor-oriented class in which they will secure ultimate wealth and power. Look what's happening in the middle class in the United States with massive student debt, massive prime car debt, massive home debt. Everybody's in massive debt. Getting rid of the middle class. That's what this is saying. The global economic crisis serves these ends as whatever remaining wealth the middle class holds in the process of being eliminated. And as the crisis progresses, the middle class of the world will suffer, while a great percentage of the lower classes of the world, poverty-stricken even prior to the crisis, will suffer greatest. Most probably lead to a massive reduction in population levels, particularly in the underdeveloped and third world states. Anyway, so Agenda 21, I'll put this in the show notes. Here's the biodiversity plan for everybody off the world. It's exactly back. United Nations is behind all this. But here's Agenda 121. Here's their information. Chart. And you can see how much they're progressing along this scale. I highly recommend this book, Behind the Mask, by Rose Victoria, if you want to understand more about their long-term agendas and plan. The weather's going to make a difference in this all, and they're controlling it. So, anyway, it's just, I wanted to bring this to your awareness. I want to move on. Just talk about more of society and what's happening. Here we see that sperm counts in the western country rise 60% by 2050. This is the epicide Monsanto, this critical Bayer Pharmaceuticals, the pharmacology company Health. Epicide was bought as a spermicide, using cell phones. All the silent weapons they talked about in the quiet wars in 1966. We
and something called exercise, active product, which causes both men and women in the form of any product to create antibodies to sperm in the men, the ex-husband, or produce antibodies to their own sperm when pregnant, kill your skin, sperm. With women, use the exercise gene. When they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been processed, and they become infertile through the dysfunction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the exercise sperm, and quote, commercialized the exercise gene. Women
It's good to be here. My name is Steve Hoffman, but in Silicon Valley they call me Captain Hoff. That is my nickname. I am the captain of Founderspace, and Founderspace is an incubator and accelerator. What's loud? There we go. Yeah, an incubator and accelerator that works all over the world. So I spend 70% of my time traveling the globe looking at new technology. We have over 50 partners in 22 countries. And Founderspace has been rated by Forbes magazine as the #1 accelerator for overseas startups in Silicon Valley. We've had many famous startups in our co-working space, Soma Central, like Instagram, AngelList, Foursquare, and today I'm going to talk about some of the technologies that most fascinate me. So, business technologies are the future of the brain, our human brain, and where it is headed with technology. So if we examine our brain, we will realize that for over 100,000 years, our brain has remained the same. But the world around us has changed radically. So think about it. We have the same brain as a prehistoric cave person, as a Neanderthal. It's the same brain. But the world has totally changed. That is the power of our brain. It's very elastic. It can reprogram itself. But now, we're going to begin to change our brain. And we are doing this with new technology. Now, some of the basic technology out there, EEG, allows you to actually measure your brainwave. And these devices can tell if your concentration level. They can be used to actually move a cursor on a screen. There are applications for these devices in entertainment. They're working on them for controls for games. In medical, these devices are being used for conditions like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and ADHD, and other conditions. And they're being used for education. They have applications now for children to study. And they measure their concentration levels. You can actually change the application as the children learn. But where we're headed, and let me tell you, 1 minute, is are now capable of actually recording dreams, but not in a very granular way, in a very primitive way. They can actually capture and identify what a person is dreaming. So they have done studies where they put these devices up to a person's head, they've had them dream, they've woke them up, and then they ask them to recall memories in their dreams. And they've read the patterns of the brain. And then the person goes back to sleep, and if they dream of the same thing, they can recognize those patterns. That's just the beginning of where we are headed. Right now, scientists in laboratories around the world are developing brain chips. Now, these are chips that can be inserted into the brain, and they are wireless. And let me show you. They have actually had a monkey that broke its back. So its spinal cord was severed. The monkey was paralyzed from the waist down. But they inserted a chip in the monkey's brain, and then they inserted another chip in its lower spine. And they allowed the brain to communicate with the lower spine. As soon as they did this, the monkey could walk again. That is amazing. Totally amazing. So they could actually transmit the thoughts of the monkey wirelessly to parts of the body. But it gets even more amazing than that. So they now have in a laboratory monkeys with chips in their brains. And then they have an electric wheelchair. And just by thinking, just with the thought of the monkey, they can drive the wheelchair around. Think about that. If a monkey can do that, what could you do if you had that chip in your brain? They have also done experiments with monkeys with a chip in their brain and a robotic arm. And the monkey, just by thinking, can reach out and grab something like food and feed itself. That is amazing if you think about it. So the monkey's thoughts are actually able to control things outside their body. So when we start to think about the future, about where technology is headed, this is where we're going. We will have brain chips in humans. And the brain people who will get the brain chips first are people who suffer from severe medical conditions. So if you have a severe medical condition, like you're paralyzed from the neck down, or you suffer a brain disorder like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease, and that brain chip can restore your quality of life, would you hesitate to get the chip? No, of course not. You would say, put the chip in my brain. So that's starting right now, these experiments. And even more interesting, scientists have done experiments with rats, and they have chips in the rat brain. And what they did was they taught a rat how to do certain things. And when the rat did all these complex things, it could get through. Now, it took the rat weeks to learn that. Weeks. But then they hooked the rat's brain chip to the internet. And they had another rat in another city. And instantly they connected those two rats' brains. And you know what happened? The other rat knew how to get the food right away. It didn't have to learn anything. The knowledge was transferred from one brain of a living animal to another brain. That is amazing. That opens up a world of possibilities. Because if they can do that in rats today, imagine 10 years from now what they can do in humans. And we will go there. So, mind-to-mind communication. This is something of science fiction that we all read about. But this is actually possible today, as I just showed you. So there will come a point where if we have a chip in our brain, and you out there have a chip in your brain, we can communicate. We can communicate without talking. We can communicate when you're halfway around the world. And we can exchange
knowledge. So, if you look at a world where we have chips that are connected to the internet, all of a sudden, every piece of information on the internet becomes accessible to our mind. Now, when we look back at today, and we have to go to Baidu or Google and type it in, that would be so primitive. Nobody will do that. You would just think, what knowledge do I need? And it will appear there for you to use. But it gets even weirder, stranger. Because we will not only be able to transfer knowledge, but we will be able to transfer memory. Now, you could have an experience like skydiving, and all of a sudden you could transfer that experience to a friend, and all of a sudden they have experience what you have experienced. It gets even weirder because we will be living our lives as our lives. We know our lives and our memories, but you will all of a sudden have access to anybody's life who wants to make it available to you. People will open source their lives so others can download pieces of their lives and experience those things. That will be really strange. We won't know the difference between our own memory and a memory we acquired from someone else. Think about that. It gets even stranger. So, all of us are here learning at these, right? Getting EMBAs and MBAs. Well, this will be obsolete because these will literally be in the cloud. And you will just download from all the best minds in the world whatever you need to know when you need to know it. Our brains we will no longer have universities as we have them today. That will change. Information will be on demand. Information will be commoditized. Knowledge will be commoditized. All of us will be smarter, have infinite amounts of storage, and infinite access to information. You heard of. We will no longer be this isolated human beings. We will be connected to everything. So, you can imagine not only will we be able to get knowledge, but we can actually have full experiences in our head. So right now we have these clumsy VR units that we have to put on. But in the future, you can just download a whole environment and actually live in it. And all of you might think, this is not real. But do you know every night when you dream, those dreams are real. No matter how fantastic your dreams are, they are real. You feel like you're really there. Our brains have that capability already built in. All it takes is the technology to stimulate and transfer the right images in our brain so our brain creates them, and then we will live like the difference between us dreaming and reality will be blurred. We will be spending a lot of time outside our bodies. So, think about this. You, as a human being, right now are trapped in this body. But once you are connected to the internet, you are no longer trapped in your body. You can actually be anywhere at any time that any other person or any other device is getting sensory information. So there could be a robot on Mars, and you could literally tap into the robot on Mars, and it would be like you on Mars. It would totally recreate the experience, including the sensations, the physical sensations of everything of you being on Mars. You can live through other people, your favorite pop star, your favorite scientist. You could be in Elon Musk's head right now, walking around doing what he's doing, if Elon Musk allows you to do that. It gets so strange because our senses now, we have our five senses of our body. But suddenly, if we are connected to a world of intelligent machines and intelligent sensors all over, we will no longer have five senses. We will have access to hundreds of sensory inputs, infrared, right? All these UV, all these different types of senses that we never even experienced before. It will radically change how we perceive existence. So if you start to go down this path, you see
lives. So all of us experience this in our life. But now you will be able to have many lives. You can have many lives because you can access other people and other places and live through them. And if you want to think about this, it can be almost like heaven.
University of Bath in England, researchers predict big changes for consumers.
I think it is possible to pay a conversion of our laws and fees and environmental preventative, but that's what people want to pay for.
In fact, it's already here. The latest home security locks use fingerprints to control deadbolts. And at the Tool Osco grocery store in Chicago, some customers pay using their fingerprints. No paper or plastic.
No moving anything other than your hand and not that.
So will future department stores scan our irises like in the movie Minority Report, then offer products catered to who we are?
Hello, Mr. Yamamoto. Welcome back to the app.
Experts say that technology is here now. The challenge is to safeguard our privacy in a brave new world.
Find that individual if that person wanders away. But I certainly would, and I think it's a coming thing. And the problem is that medical technology is so far behind that our RFIDs are going to really be the impetus in order for us to get new technology in the medical field that's going to help people improve their quality of care. And that's what it's all about.
And I'm sorry, sir, did you just say you really get one implanted in your arm?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Because of the lack of technology, the 98,000 people died last year because of mistakes in hospitals and clinics across America. And a good share of those mistakes could have been prevented by technology. But RFID is at the cutting edge of new technology that's going to help to improve the quality of health and the quality of care for all Americans.
I can turn to Secretary Thompson just ask a quick question about your own job. Secretary Thompson, you were quoted last December as saying you have to assume that sometime in the future one of our countries, meaning the large developed countries, is going to be hit by a bioterrorism attack. I assume you saw an article in Wall Street Journal yesterday detailing failures at least thus far in developing with the U.S. government's help new vaccines and drugs to counter biological threats. And I'm curious to get your reaction to that.
Well, I think the story is somewhat correct. But you got to realize that the United States was starting from nothing.
Actually, it will be possible to get things that are on acceptable size scales. During these fixed computers, smart tests will form a vast individual network that can help manage the infrastructure of even the largest city. Smart cities in the future will take this low power, inexpensive, small technology and basically distribute it everywhere. But smart tests will also allow buildings and streets to recognize you and respond accordingly. Increasingly, the environment will respond to who you are and adapt constantly. The city will know where you are and want to go. Your workplace will know you. Smart test at the entrance will boot up your computer. And smart test embedded in the elevator doors will automatically rate your floor. Smart test is like central planning and allow us to improve the way that we live our lives. Okay, but
Okay, so wait. So it's really true. So what this means is that now becomes my first superpower. I really want this superpower. It means that my arms are like wires, my hands are like LED displays, when I touch my phone, my computer, my door, my car, I'm authentic. First superpower. Yeah, no. Correct. But it sounds like so here's the thing. This is not science fiction. This film was actually made by a company called Bentonville. And they developed it for medical applications. That pill has been received and considered by the FDA to take 30 minutes a day for the rest of your life.
and what happens to your market?
You just probably take it yourself.
Find flex. Electrical signals start by brain cells that don't have any shift, but they also start without each other. They connect to each other. They connect to five or five. I've got information in my brain. You tell me this device has been turned for the last 5 years. So you have a human brain that is our mind. Just as so in the beginning, the animals, you
Mouse says, I'm busy. And the signal and the building says, another mouse, and another mouse. Say, please, all the mouse, please, nice mouse. Say, you get some food. We are living in a strange world. I am upset that you don't have like social or mathematics, or language. I just say, which are they doing? You can say, besides brain. Here are human nerve cells going onto the surface of the RFID type chip. As human brain cells don't need to be taught to do this, they are genetically programmed to work with computers. And they love computers. As an example, here's a chip. There's a chip with the brain tissue on and it organizes itself. Brain cells work their way in and they start communicating with each other and with the brain of the PC. So it means that you have to computer. Maybe it's only truly when you think about it, because every computer is a computer environment. We're talking about total knowledge of consumer media, what can be applied, and human business opportunities. Why? Because computers can start to predict
how widespread this problem is in terms of numbers in our country and compared to many overseas. I would say that every school has realized what's going on are the drugs about it. The person that I have seen being targeted are completely unaware of what's happening. So, not hard complaining. Fixing our dynamic of hyperventilated is probably very, very widespread. But again, under those circumstances, it's a complex behavior. Many, many, many sometimes are involved. The bulk of those are running through doctors and taking totally unnecessary prescription drugs. Cures ailments that in fact don't exist. As for a government protocol now applied to the general civilian population, it's difficult to pinpoint everything at this stage on the U.S. government technical assembly because these are global operations. The patterns, the protocols are virtually identical on a global scale. So someone is overseas entire activity. The government obviously has conflicted. Otherwise, these operations would not be allowed to advance. Congress recognizes that these weapon systems exist and funds them, and knows as a result of appropriate ratings what the effects from bio effects can be if they have passed no legislation prohibiting their use under extreme experimental circumstances. Two, given the nature, given the kind of the draw on existing power grid, it would be necessary for the FTC as a minimum and the Department of Energy as a minimum to have some oversight and control over what's going on. So obviously, those with Congress and the FDA and the Department of Energy, the FDA and the Department of Energy are knowledgeable, yet unwilling to do anything about it. So there is a limiting to the question is, spinning the U.S. government allowing these operations to take place. First of all,
I have yet to hear any response back to any of my former spouses' claims. Earth, all over Earth. I mean, I personally witnessed in Virginia, Georgia, California, Florida, coast of the United States, overseas, everywhere. The private airplane pollution, which is saturating the environment and is detrimental and locking up the sun. I have lab results, air samples, water, soil, and blood showing high levels of strontium, aluminum, barium, mercury, lead, uranium, and other chemicals and heavy metals. Privately, with criminal division, I formally reported to the crime is toxic aerosol spraying into the environment.
Yeah, but we never got to the point where you mentioned something about a religious group can be targeted. Well, what did you mean by that?
working as a police force for them to control the sheep. Just as it is today, nothing has really changed. Or does anyone think they just disappeared like that? They were parasiting other people and the workers who had to give taxes and percentage of wheat, vegetables, and cattle. And many times the sheep starve to death in winter after a bad harvest. While the parasites and pharaohs were partying in the castle, drunk off the wine they had stolen, their bellies well fed, with robbed food that should have been for all those hungry children. And they had their beds warmed up with young virgins of the sheeple, due to the prime noctus, droit de cuissage, droit de seigneur, or birthright, allowing these parasites to grab the newlywed bride on the very night of the wedding, come and lay with the Lord and Master, thus spreading the pharaonic genetics all over. Yes, the word pharaoh etymologically derives from two demotic words, pharaoh and ah, meaning the big house. The big royal house of the pharaonic royal bloodline. Here's my dear friend, William Morgan, 1776, so cleverly discovered that Genesis actually means the gene of Isaac, and Geneva in the octagon base, gene of Eve, being one and the same one. I'm so glad my pupils are getting smarter than me, so I can retire soon. Just as the pharaohs never disappeared, the nobility never lost their power either. The word aristocracy is pharaonic. Aristocracy. Ar means big or pregnant, and Ri means the sun, meaning those who come from the sun. This is the Aryan, the Indo-Germanic nobility and upper class. Aryan is from Arion, as an aristocracy, which means that those who came from the sun with their blue blood and all their ruling, and they still do. Don't be mistaken. And here at the royal ball, well, you can see the pharaohs. Oh, that's where they came from. Same. It's the same. And today, children disappear and they get raped, tortured, sacrificed, murdered in castles like Amérois in Belgium and Sotou in Luxembourg and many other places as the Bohemian Grove by very organized gangs like the Dutroux gang and by Fournier, whose name indicates to deliver the king, Fournier the roi, without children in this case. The nobility always were into Satanism and other dark mystical practices of their pharaonic ancestors as ritual child sacrifice. They always did and they always will, protected by the knights, police, and authorities. In the 18th century, there was Marquis de Sade, where the word sadism actually comes from. So I don't have to tell you what his favorite pastime hobbies were about. Napoleon Bonaparte finally put him in prison for 10 years after his arrest in 1801. He died in 1814. Prince Charles publicly admitted in 2011 that he's a descendant of the Prince of Wallachia, or Vlad Dracul, the Impaler of Transylvania, as we know him. He lived from 1431 till 1476, and his favorite hobbies were torture and impaling. Impaling means having implanted a stick up yours, coming up from the mouth and then set up in the ground vertically, being his interpretation of crucifixion. I look at the eight-pointed star on his forehead. That's optical gone, right? Ability. They did this to 100,000 people, mostly Saxons, and even the Ottoman Muslim army turned around and went back when they came to a forest of 20,000 impaled. From 1730 to 1801, we had the Russian nobility under the Tsar with Daria Nikolayevna Saltykova, torturing and murdering at least 200 people. This is nobility. Huh? They always did it, and they never stopped doing it. From 1560 to 1614, Countess Erzsébet Báthory of the Hungarian nobility, also called the Blood Countess, tortured and murdered 650 virgins of the people. Because she believed that bathing in a virgin's blood would keep her young forever. She and her fellow aristocrats even constructed an ingenious metal structure in which the victim could bleed to death, still being alive and sadistically tortured on the way. So this is the coat of arms of the royal Báthory of the Blood Countess. Ex-President Sarkozy of France comes from the Hungarian aristocracy, being related to the Blood Countess. As the pair on the top, Tsar, in his name, means king in emotion. And this is the Blood Castle, which was imprisoned in 1610, only because the sheeple started an uprising after 650 of their virgins disappeared. So it took the sheeple 650 victims to act. How typical. The American sheeple even need more. 3,000 victims sacrificed at 9/11 for another liquid, and still counting. The Americans act big, martial, and Spartanic at the shooting range with the best goodies you can imagine, waiting though to be hauled off for the slaughterhouse without ever having used their goodies. And what's here, we can see the airplane going through concrete and steel and coming out on the other side intact as if nothing has happened. Oh, they made a big mistake here. Baron Judelet was an aristocratic French serial killer who lived from 1404 to 1414, who sodomized, tortured, and murdered at least 600 boys and girls from the age of 6 to 18, together with his accomplices Poitou and Henri. He used to laugh seeing his victims dying while he opened up their stomachs, admiring their intestines, a thing he was fascinated with. And look at this, this is his seal of his royal house of the and here we can see the Templar's cross just on the Swiss Army knife, the same. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because most cases are not known, because the shameful and stupid white race couldn't even read or write to document it all. So, the two parasites in society were, and still are, the aristocracy and the ecclesiastical orders of the priests of Amun, who never worked and always lived of the blood of others, in some cases even literally. Over the years and centuries, these parasites grew fat, never hungered, having great parties with music and troubadour, and just reproducing like rabbits in between the parties. And all descendants wanted to be king or queen and have the castles. So wars broke out between them, which the sheeple had to fight out. Nice haircut, all over the legs, and what a nice shoes. And once a king, he wanted to stay king forever. and then even handed over to his pedigree. So rivalry started, and after hundreds of years, wars between the kingdoms and the second son aristocracy, as the Templars, etc., they finally came together and decided to elect a king by the stupid sheep of 4 years only. And so democracy started. And due to the increasing revolts, revolutions, and uprisings of hundreds of peasants, the parasites of the nobility decided to go underground in Freemason lodges, divided in 33 degrees, indicating, in fact, the degree of pharaonic genes of the noble bloodlines in their veins. That's why Bernhard, the SS Prince of Darkness, founded the Bilderberger, who stand, due to their pure pharaonic blood, in over the usual 33 degrees of pharaonic percentage. It's like a bottle of whiskey, like 33 degrees of alcohol. They have pharaonic genetics. And don't think that Kate Middleton, Cosima, and the girls of the so-called civil marriages with the nobility don't have a certain degree of pharaonic bloodline in their face. They all have. There are just so many of them nowadays hiding amongst us and all trying to get a key position with the authorities where they can parasite on humanity without working a single day. So the pharaohs never went away. They became the aristocracy and the nobility. And the nobility never lost power and they never really went away. They ruled through their politicians and Freemason lodges. So still the pharaohs win. I've been telling you for years. All the politicians are descendants of the nobility and the aristocracy of the Middle Ages who went into hiding murders and Freemason lodges. That's why they want more and more police, because there are more and more of them who want to be a knight and do nothing. They protect child molesters who could stop drugs and prostitution within 24 hours. But it is them as well, earning money with organized crime at the expense of our children. And you can see the drug dealers all hanging around in Bern next to the police station where they feel the most safe. I filmed it in 2011 with a mini DV. The quality is not that good. I would like to do it again, but I can't go out alone, especially in the evening or at night. They're selling all this drugs to our children and the police doing absolutely nothing. Instead of that, they terrorize me and my family, and they terrorize innocent, defenseless families. And some of the terrorist police, you met them. Well, they're doing nothing here. They are all went, and later on they even addressed us. Because they saw I was filming. They had to get upstairs very quickly. Police station in Bern. They do nothing. It's them controlling the drug trade. The authorities, the police, politicians, it's them controlling the drug trade, I tell you. And they want to get rid of kids who have a potential to think for themselves. This is why King Philip of France, Philippe le Bel, chased the Templars because they and their new system of democracy through Freemasonry endangered his heir to the throne. And the ancient order thinks that only the firstborn had a right to the throne and not the second, third, or fourth son, as the Templars were in fact. So burning the Templars by the French king was nothing else than an internal war between them. But now they've set it all aside and recognizing that they have all of their own bloodline, and there's enough to share. And they found the Switzerland. They aren't free now. The Templars needed a base where they speak all the important European languages, so they founded Octagon, Switzerland, which is now the base of all pharaohs, politicians, Freemasons, drug trafficking, and nobility. They put aside their corruption money on a secret Swiss account. And here we can see the UBS with the three sixes in it and the three times the green symbol. And I told you, they call it the B, as you can see here, this is the B. Just as they have the bear in the coat of arms in the capital of Octagon, UBS is the B, and they control the money. And they have the 666 in my other film. Kim Jong-un, North Korea's pharaoh, went to school in Switzerland, Niederfeld, 10 minutes away from where we live. Now why would a country that despises the West send their next pharaoh in the very heart of the very same West? He's a pharaoh. They can be Chinese, they can be black, they can be everything. And they all go to Switzerland. Well, the global elite rule the whole world, and they all send their offspring to the pharaonic Octagon, to a boarding school for the elite, where they get taught some more things as in a normal school for the sheeple. So here's Kim Jong in his Swiss school, with Swiss children in Liverpool. He was in an international school before, and then he went to a normal. And in the 1920s, the German people were starving, so they founded the NSDAP, which was a workers' party for and by the people, which was very soon infiltrated by the nobility and Hitler, turning the NSDAP, the workers' party, into a aristocratic-led gang, where their members carried the "Ron" word in their name. The official turning point was 1934, the night of the Long Night, where the last delegates of the workers and the German people were murdered by the pharaohs and their nobility.
So you understand that Karl Stauffenberg never put a button on the Hitler's table. He just betrayed the movement of July the 20th, when real German officers wanted to finish the Nazi dictatorship over their people. I mean, if they would have wanted to kill Mr. Hitler, they could have done it. But it just needed a sacrifice. On the right-hand side is his mother-in-law, born Haim von Stackelberg. Haim, it means he was free, not a slave to sheep. And her name was, she married Frau Anna von Leyen. Frau, I think she's a free woman. Well, that says it all, doesn't it? So on the left-hand side, we can see, so here we can see Stauffenberg with his wife. Funny enough, she looks like Google. You know, all the same background anyway. So this is the mother of Stauffenberg's wife. That's not true. This is not true. This is better. Look at the long, barrel hands here, like Obama. And here, ooh, somebody's, that's the roses of the Nile. All pharaohs. Some people should organize it for them
mean, look at what they did in Auschwitz and the other concentration camps. This is the same kind of satanic, sadistic cruelty as the nobility always did to Europeans and all other people of the world. It's them all right, pharaohs, and the octagon-based economic. Look, even ability and power, they even brought back one of their favorite instruments of torture. Waterboarding already exists in the midnight. Devil life. They did it then, and they still do it today. The Americans fought against the British Crown, who then set up the Americans against each other, and then took over power again with secret Freemason lodges of the very same aristocracy. As that crown they fought before, now smiling and telling everyone what he or she wants to hear. There's nothing left of the three that they want. Nothing. Nobility and the crown ruling again. They set the Americans off against each other through the Civil War. And again, the Bible group now, just as they say, wants to put up Islam against the Americans. It's still the same thing. I don't know. It was all for nothing. I've seen with my own eyes